Chapter 135. There's no way they wouldn't be suspicious. One had to know that for Fei Fei to reach the 7th level at her age, she was already an amazing genius. Looking at the entire continent, there weren't many geniuses like her. In this tiny Bihurl, it's already unbelievable that 2 geniuses reached Tier 7 in their 20s. But she's saying these 2 super young girls are actually Tier 8? How is that possible? Appeared in everyone's mind. Only Wu Yen and Chuju smiled bitterly. Fei-Fu-sama, you're saying they're Tier 8? Tigray had an ugly smile on his face as he walked up to ask with a trembling voice. Almost everyone at this moment magnified their ears, which had been tightly covered just a moment ago, several times over, fearing that they would mishear a word or two. Fei Fei looked at Ikaros and Mikoto with a small smile. To be able to save me and Yen so effortlessly when my night moon flash collided with a battle skill of the same level other than my teacher, I don't believe that there is anyone at the 7th tier who can do that. Fei Fei's meaning is clear, a Tier 7 can't do it but her sensei can. Everyone knows the head of the Lori family is a Tier 8. In other words, Fei Fei is indirectly answering the question. These 2 girls are indeed Tier 8. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at Ikaros, who's about the same age as Wu Yen and Fei Fei, and Mikoto, who's domineering and heroic but still a little childish, they felt like the world was surreal. A Tier 8 isn't a cabbage. Just look at Lulu's father, Fei Fei's sensei, the head of the Lori family. A Tier 8 is enough to become the head of the Empire's #1 family. One can imagine how high a Tier 8 is in people's hearts. Don't look at how Ikaros killed 3 Tier 8 powerhouses in one go and think that Tier 8 powerhouses are easy to reach. In fact, that's not the case. Out of the countless forces that went out to hunt for treasures, only 3 of them managed to reach Tier 8. This just goes to show how powerful and precious a Tier 8 powerhouse is. Because of this, everyone felt a bit unnatural. After all, such a character was right next to them. Especially Gray and Tigray, both of their hands were trembling. It was easy to see how unsettled they were. One of them felt like he was floating. 2 Tier 8s stayed in his house for a few days and they even have such a good relationship with his daughter. My Midobia family sure is strong. The other one felt fear in his heart. Before this, he had his eyes on them. Not only did he want to kill Wu Yen, he also wanted to take these 2 beautiful girls into his arms. But now, the 2 girls he had his eyes on are actually Tier 8? Thinking up to here, Tigray sweated profusely. He's not afraid of a single Wu Yen. Even if Wu Yen is a Tier 7, with the power of the Lori family, Tigray would still dare to try. But if it's a Tier 8, forget about him. Even if he did, the Lori family wouldn't agree to it. As the #1 family in the Empire, the Lori family definitely has more than one rank 8 warrior. However, the number of them can be counted with one hand. Offending 2 rank 8 warriors for a person like him, even an idiot would know what to do. Someone that even the #1 family doesn't want to offend. If Tigray had any ideas, wouldn't that be courting death? In his fear, Tigray could only try his best to reduce his presence and not let anyone notice him. Aside from him, there's another person who had some strange thoughts in his heart. That person is Hughes. Of course, he's not afraid. Even though he can't afford to offend a Tier 8, if they want to touch him, his sensei would never agree. So Hughes isn't afraid of himself, he's just jealous. Based on what? Based on what can that lowly commoner get the attention of 2 such beautiful Tier 8s? Looking at Mikoto, who's younger than him but full of charm, and Ikaros, who's older than him but prettier than the Missy in his heart, Hughes's face was full of jealousy. How could Hughes not see that the feelings of these 2 exceptionally beautiful Tier 8 women in front of him towards that lowly commoner were definitely not ordinary? Such beautiful and powerful women, why don't they belong to me, Hughes, but to that lowly commoner instead? Under the influence of this thought, Hughes's hatred for Wu Yen increased by a few notches. Of course, even if you hate, people look down on you. So strong. Lulu's eyes were practically sparkling as she looked at Ikaros and Mikoto. She doesn't have as many complicated thoughts as the others, she only knows that they're as strong as her father. Hey, this older sister, and this younger sister, how did you train? One is a little older than me, the other is a little younger than me. How did you train so well? Lulu stared at the two with starry eyes and asked. Ha, it's nothing, it's just some casual training. Even though Mikoto wasn't happy with Lulu's description of her as a little bit smaller, but Lulu's current appearance really did resemble the twin ponytailed juniors who came to her bed every night. Mikoto shuddered and hurriedly said perfunctorily. Of course, the words out loud are pretty shocking. Casually training and you can train to tier 8 and whatnot. It made everyone's eyebrows twitch uncontrollably. In fact, Feifei was also curious about Ikaros and Mikoto. They're more talented than her, but she didn't feel any jealousy. She's just curious about how these two girls could train to her sensei's level at such a young age. But seeing Mikoto's perfunctory answer to Lulu, Feifei knew that this kind of training is an absolute secret. Of course, it's not something that can be casually mentioned, so she didn't ask. She just made up her mind to train harder in the future. Hearing Mikoto's words, Lulu could only pout and look at Chuju. Yen is so strong, so is this little sister, and that big sister over there is also very strong. Don't tell me this little sister is also a tier 8? This sentence is purely a joke, Lulu said. What she didn't know is that her words made everyone's heart jump to their throat. The way they look at Chuju changed. Chuju can only bitterly smile at this. I'm not as strong as Ikaros and Mikoto. I'm only a tier 7. Another tier 7. Feifei bitterly smiled. The rest of them compared themselves to the others. Everyone here numbly realized that they've wasted so many years of their lives. As for Tigray and Hughes, one is more afraid and the other is more jealous. Wu Yen, who's been sitting on the ground all this time, sighed helplessly at the girls who've fallen into a daze because of their strength. Alright, let's stop chatting over there. Let's go back, I don't want to sit here and chat. Ikaros quickly helped Wu Yen up. Chuju and Mikoto also hurried to Wu Yan's side. Seeing this scene, if the people here didn't realize that Wu Yen is the center of attention, then they're not very smart. This scene also made Tigray's heart drop. Looking at the person he's been trying to get rid of for the past few days, Tigray's heart is filled with fear. So, he quietly retreated, planning to leave without saying goodbye. Wu Yen, who's being supported by Ikaros, saw this scene. So, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh right, Commander Tigray, you're here to look for us, right? Is there anything you need?" With a swoosh, everyone's gaze landed on Tigray. Tigray's face stiffened. Under everyone's gaze, he stuttered. "I am just here to pay a visit." "Oh, a visit of course," Wu Yen grinned as he said this in a weird tone. "Then Commander Tigray, why don't you come in and have a seat?" "I still have things to do, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he ran away with a swoosh. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Lulu, Feifei and Gray looked at each other and laughed out loud. Chapter 136. Behurl, Floating Plaza. Sob sob, everyone remember to miss me. Lulu held her hand, looking at Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and her dad standing in front of her. Lulu waved at them with a face full of reluctance. It's been a few days since Wu Yen and Feifei's battle. In these few days, everyone has gotten closer to each other. Lulu and Feifei have become very close to Chuju and Mikoto. Even Ikaros, under the lead of the other girls, is getting closer to Lulu and Feifei. Speaking of which, Lulu and Feifei are very easy to get along with. If it wasn't for the fact that they're from a big family and have seen too many hypocrites, their social circle would have been pretty good. In these few days, the two girls also found out that Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros are very worthy of being friends. So in a short time, the girls became familiar with each other and are just short of calling each other sister and sister. Now, it's time for Lulu and Feifei to leave. After all, they're just passing by Behurl. If it wasn't for the Iron Dog's mercenary group's hospitality, they would have left long ago and none of this would have happened. Under the two girls' explanation, Wu Yen and the rest found out that Lulu and Feifei were originally going to bring the rest of the Lori family back to the academy. Wu Yan's expression was weird when he heard this. It's hard for him to imagine that people like Lulu and Feifei still have to go to school. Only later did he find out that the so-called academy doesn't teach books, but Do Qi and magic. Of course, after hearing this, Wu Yan's expression became even weirder. He kept sighing. Sure enough, a different world can't be separated from a magic Do Qi academy. As for why Liren would follow Lulu and Feifei to the academy, it's actually Gray's decision. Something like cultivation, if it's too young, it's definitely harmful. Even though Liren is still young, it's time for her to cultivate. Education has to start from a young age, cultivation is also the same. That's why Gray asked Lulu and Feifei to bring Liren to the academy. Lulu and Feifei also liked this cute little girl from the bottom of their hearts, so they agreed without hesitation. As for Lulu and Feifei, Gray and Liren trusted them quite a bit, so this matter was settled just like that. In fact, at the beginning, Lulu and Feifei also invited Wu Yan and the rest to go to the academy. Wu Yan was also quite interested in this world's academy, so he agreed. But for some reason, Mikoto hinted for him to stay first. This made Wu Yan confused, so he could only agree to go after a period of time. Liren, when you get to the academy, remember to listen to Miss Lulu and Miss Feifei, okay? Gray couldn't help but walk in front of Liren and give her a hug. I know, Dad. Liren rubbed against her dad's chest, then turned to look at Wu Yan and the rest. Big brother, Chujeja, Mikoto Jeja, Os Jeja, you must remember to come find me. Chuju ruffled Liren's hair and said with a smile, N will come find you soon. Little girl, I hope that by that time, you'll already be a great warrior or magician. Wu Yan glanced at Liren and said with a chuckle. Liren nodded vigorously, then ran to Feifei's side and grabbed her clothes. Lulu watched Liren run away, dissatisfied, then looked at Wu Yan. Hey, I'm also leaving, why don't you talk to me about something else? Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately pulled out a friendly smile and said with concern to Lulu, Then, Lulu, remember not to be sold by others again, you're the one who was sold. So annoying. Making a face at Wu Yan, Lulu angrily ran to Feifei's side, making Feifei feel helpless. Feifei looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, Then we'll be leaving, when you guys get to the academy, we'll spar again. Well, spar is fine, as long as you don't exhaust yourself. Wu Yan laughed dryly, making Feifei burst out laughing. Actually, both of them know that even though the battle a few days ago was really intense, but against someone they know, even if they use their full strength, they still have something to hide. Let's not talk about others, just take Wu Yan for example, even though he used his full strength in that battle, it was only a part of it. Don't forget, he still has a LV4 ability that he hasn't used yet. As for Feifei, as the disciple of the Lori family head, she definitely has some trump cards in her hands, so it can be said that she's hiding her full strength. Then we'll be leaving, we look forward to your arrival. Feifei looked at Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto and Ikaros, then pulled Liren and Lulu, bringing them along with the rest of the Lori family towards the airship. Yen and everyone goodbye. Goodbye big brother. Goodbye big sisters. Goodbye daddy. Goodbye. Everyone said their goodbyes to Lulu, Feifei, and Liren. Before leaving, Hughes gave Wu Yan a death glare before running onto the airship. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at that, but didn't say anything. And just like that, Lulu, Feifei, Liren, and the rest of the Lori family members boarded the plane, which is the airship. Under the watchful eyes of Wu Yan and the rest, they flew into the distance. So, what are we going to do next? Back at the Midobia house, in the room, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros sat down. Wu Yan said, but his eyes were on Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros did the same. After all, it was Mikoto who suggested to stay. Under everyone's gaze, Mikoto's eyes flickered, her face full of hesitation as if she didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She just stood there, hesitating. Seeing how hesitant this canon was, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel helpless. Mikoto, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Don't be shy, don't tell me. Wu Yan leaned his face forward, snickered a few times. You want to stay and do the H thing? Who wants to stay and do that kind of thing? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She pointed at Wu Yan, her face red. Beside her, Chuju's face was also red. She glared at Wu Yan, scolding him for not being serious at a time like this. Then she turned to Mikoto. "Mikoto, what's the matter?" Mikoto snorted coldly at Wu Yen before sitting back down. She hesitated for a while before looking at Wu Yen. "Yen, I'm already level 8 now. Shouldn't we go back to Academy City?" Hearing this, Wu Yen and Chuju were stunned. Now they understood that Mikoto was thinking about her sisters. It's no wonder. Her sister's safety has always been on her mind. Under Wu Yan's persuasion, Mikoto understood that she still wasn't strong enough. She had no choice but to give up on the idea of going back and focus on increasing her own strength. Now, Mikoto is level 8. Although she just reached level 8, she has the power to fight. She can't wait to go back to Academy City and save her sisters. Wu Yen frowned, looking at Mikoto's worried face. He sighed. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to go back to Academy City so soon. After all, there's not only Accelerator, there's also the Angel Aius. Ishi. Her strength is at least level 8. Not to mention, the enemy this time, other than these two bosses, there's also the final boss, Alistair. Alistair's strength is probably about the same as that angel. In terms of strength, Wu Yen isn't afraid. With Ikaros, as long as it's not level 9, it's fine. What Wu Yen is afraid of is his monstrous mind. But it's obvious from Mikoto's expression that Wu Yen knows that she can't sit still anymore. If they don't save her sisters, she won't be able to rest easy. Under Mikoto's surprised expression, Wu Yen finally nodded. "All right, let's go to Academy City." Chapter 137. Night. In a room in the Midobia residence. Wu Yen was sitting alone on his bed, his hand constantly gesturing something in the air. Only Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros knew that Wu Yen was looking through the system list. Too bad they weren't there. In this system list that only he and his summons could see, Wu Yen was constantly flipping through it. He flipped to the ability list, then to the item list, then to the equipment list, and sometimes to the summons list, looking for anything he could use. As long as he felt that it would be useful for his upcoming trip to Academy City, he would exchange it without hesitation. Of course, only items can be so open-minded. Like equipment and abilities, they don't have as many points as item points, so he can only choose carefully. Even though he's decided to bring Mikoto back to Academy City to save his sisters, it's not that easy to break into Academy City. If he isn't fully prepared, even if Wu Yen has the confidence to stay alive, Alistair still has the ability to toy with him to death. If possible, Wu Yen doesn't want to come into contact with that monster with an IQ that breaks through the sky. So without enough assurance, Wu Yen doesn't want to rush in like an idiot. Now he's looking through the system list to see if there's anything he can use. But very quickly, he closed the equipment list and turned to study the ability list. After all, if it wasn't a B-grade gold armament, it wouldn't add much to his strength. He already had 2 rare armaments, so adding another one wouldn't be of much use. As for the ability list, he had no choice but to give up on it. If it's cheap, nothing good will come out of it. If it's not cheap, he can't afford it. At his level, normal abilities don't have much use for him. The same goes for talents and bloodlines. Cheap things don't have much use for him. Looks like he'll have to wait a while before he can exchange abilities. Wu Yen sighed and closed the list of abilities. Instead of exchanging them for cheap and practical abilities, he would rather keep the points and exchange them for more powerful abilities in the future. Until now, Wu Yen hadn't exchanged for any innate ability or bloodline ability. His superpowers were obtained through trickery from Mikoto. Therefore, Wu Yen chose his first innate ability or bloodline very carefully. He didn't want to put them in a useless position in the end. Having given up on equipment and abilities, Wu Yen could only turn his attention to the item list. Speaking of which, item points were the points that he did not lack the least. It was all thanks to the monsters and magical beasts that contributed points. Needless to say, in the list of items, there were all kinds of magical things, which made Wu Yan's eyes light up. Biological storage device. A storage device that can store living beings. Living beings that enter it will fall into a deep sleep and become unable to move. Cost, 300,000 item points. Genetic life supplement. When used on genetic life forms, it can restore them to their original state of life. Note: unable to use on life forms above level 30. Cost: 1 million item points. Genetic life supplement. When used on genetic life forms, it can restore the defective parts of their life to a perfect state. Cost: 100,000 item points. Character placement card. A dungeon-specific item. When used before the user enters the dungeon, it can arrange a suitable identity for the user to be placed into the dungeon world. The placed character is a character that doesn't exist in the dungeon world. Unable to be placed into a storyline character. Cost: 20,000 item points. Electromagnetic shield. An electronic item that can block the effects of all electronic machinery. Cost: 10,000 item points. Biodimensional device. Genetic life replenishment fluid, gene perfect replenishment fluid, character insertion card, and electromagnetic barrier. These 5 items could be said to be quite useful in this trip to Academy City. Previously, Wu Yan had been having a headache because he didn't know how to deal with his sisters. Even if he saved them, who could guarantee that they would be safe in the future? It must be known that in the original work, the existence of his sisters was something that everyone wanted to take a bite out of. The biological storage device solved this problem and could be used to settle his sisters. Although they would fall asleep after entering, compared to having to put out fires from time to time, Wu Yan would rather have them by his side. The use of the genetic life supplement was even more important. The Absolute Aptitude project was definitely in progress before the storyline started. Otherwise, even if 10 sisters died in a day from the start of the storyline to the appearance of the sisters, there would definitely be less than 10,000 deaths. In other words, when the storyline started, many sisters had already died. Therefore, this genetic life supplement could be used to save his dead sisters. Even if the genetic life supplement was a little expensive and required 1 million item points, if it could save his sisters, not to mention 1 million, Wu Yan would even throw in 10 million. The gene recovery fluid was also meant to be used on his younger sisters. His younger sisters' lives had been accelerated in the first place, so they had a huge flaw and could not live for more than a few years. This gene recovery fluid was just right to treat his younger sisters. The character insertion card was also very necessary. In a place like Academy City, without an ID, there would definitely be problems. Even if there were no problems, it would still be noticed by Alistair. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare an ID. As for the electromagnetic shield, of course, it was used to protect the right to privacy. Who in the 21st century didn't know that Alistair was a voyeur? The thought of those ubiquitous suspension loops made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Therefore, the electromagnetic shield was absolutely necessary. Wu Yan's hand tapped the void a few times. After a while, a black bracelet, 2 bottles filled with golden and green liquid, for cards, and 2 necklaces appeared in front of him. Wu Yan took them into his arms. The black bracelet was the biostorage device, the golden bottle was the genetic life supplement fluid, the green bottle was the genetic perfection supplement fluid, and the card was naturally the character insertion card. As for the 2 necklaces, they were naturally the electromagnetic shield. Because Ikaros was an omnipotent angel, her body was originally equipped with a system that could block electronic devices. Therefore, the electromagnetic shield was enough for Wu Yan and Chuju to use. As for Mikoto, there was no need to use it. Wu Yan and Chuju's characters were not from the original novel. Alistair definitely didn't have the free time to observe everyone. Therefore, if Wu Yan and Chuju blocked the suspension loops, it wouldn't attract any attention. But Mikoto was different. As one of the only 7 LV5 in Academy City, and the original version of his sisters, how could Alistair not use the suspension loops to observe Mikoto? If Mikoto suddenly disappeared from the suspension loops, it would definitely attract Alistair's attention. Then, everyone would be exposed. In order to not alert the enemy and to not fall into Alistair's trap, Wu Yan had no choice but to let Sis Cannon suffer a little. After spending 1.5 million item points to exchange for these items, Wu Yan put them all into the infinite space ring. He flipped through the item list again. If there was something useful, there was no such thing as too much. However, although there were many items that were useful, there was also a possibility that they would become useless. After all, each item had their own uses and he hadn't thought of using them yet. As for the items that would definitely be useful, if they weren't exchanged before, they were extremely expensive. Even Wu Yan couldn't afford to exchange for them with his points. Of course, their uses would definitely be heaven-defying at this time. Wu Yan regrettably realized that he didn't have many item points left. He continued to flip through the list with disinterest. There really wasn't anything to find. Wu Yan had no choice but to close it. He had points and the items in the system wouldn't run away. He could always exchange them when he needed them. Looking at the remaining 3 million item points, Wu Yan closed the system and walked towards Mikoto's room. Chapter 138. Mikoto, open the door. Wu Yan knocked on Mikoto's door. However, Mikoto let out a cry of surprise and Wu Yan heard a series of palipala sounds as if something dropped and Mikoto's frantic footsteps. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward, but he soon found it strange. What is Mikoto doing? Why is she so flustered? Is there something shameful? Wu Yan used his superpower to open the door and walked in. Wu Yan saw Mikoto's flushed face. Her face was filled with panic, and when she saw him enter, her face turned even redder and her expression became even more panicked. What are you doing in here? Get out. Mikoto retreated 2 steps back in a fluster and pointed at the door while shouting. She looked like a flower girl who just saw a flower thief. Wu Yan was stunned. Why are you so nervous? It's not like I haven't entered your room before. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Mikoto. Mikoto clenched her teeth as her face turned redder and redder. In the end, she lowered her head and stammered, we're going back to Academy City tomorrow. Can we not do it tonight? Tonight. Looking at the shy railgun and listening to her words, Wu Yan was completely speechless. No wonder she looked so flustered. She thought he was here to do something intimate with her. I say, what are you thinking? I'm just here to give you some instructions. What are you thinking? Although it was very tempting to have sex, it was better to tell them about his plans. Who would believe you? Mikoto's cheeks were pink as she looked at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. She said indignantly, you said that every time you snuck into my room. I can't refute her. This time, I'm really here to hand over some things. Under Mikoto's scrutiny, Wu Yan could only weakly raise his hand to express that his purpose for coming here is really pure. Really? Mikoto's suspicious gaze immediately landed on Wu Yan. This caused Wu Yan to cry out in his heart. If he wanted to push her away, he would have done so already. Why would he still be standing 8 feet away from her? All right, I'll believe you this time. If you dare to mess around later. Mikoto forcefully suppressed the shyness in her heart and threatened Wu Yan. She wanted to use electricity to increase her deterrence, but then she remembered that Wu Yan wasn't afraid of her electricity at all. So she changed her hand and made a scissors gesture. This made Wu Yan's back shiver and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then, what are you doing here? Mikoto's face was still a bit red as she forced herself to ask Wu Yan. About that, call Chuju and Ikaros over. Let's talk about it together. We're already here, no need to call them. Just as Wu Yan finished speaking, a voice came from behind Wu Yan, startling Wu Yan. Chuju and Ikaros were standing at the door. When they saw him looking over, they walked in with Ikaros. Why you guys here? Wu Yan asked suspiciously. Good thing he didn't come here to have sex with Sis Cannon or else he would have been caught. When she heard Wu Yan's question, Chuju rolled her eyes at him. Mikoto's screams were so loud. Ikaros and I were in the room next door, how could we not hear it? So we came over to check on the situation. As soon as we arrived, we heard you say that, not only did Wu Yan not feel relieved, he was sweating all over. If he could hear Mikoto's screams, then wouldn't he be able to hear Mikoto's moans at night? Good thing Kaisha-sama didn't show any signs of uneasiness or else he'd be in trouble. Even though both girls have been pushed down by Wu Yan, because Kaisha-sama always sleeps with Liren, Wu Yan hasn't touched her a second time. On the contrary, in the past few days at Midobia's house, Sis Cannon would be pushed down by him n+1 times every night. If Kaisha-sama found out, Wu Yan wasn't sure if she'd get mad, even though the 3 of them already knew about each other's relationship. What are you spacing out for? Didn't you have something to say? And nothing. Laughing dryly with a guilty conscience, Wu Yen quickly took out all the items he just exchanged for and placed them in front of everyone. He then explained to them with a serious face. After he finished, Chuju and Ikaros nodded. Mikoto was silent for a while before looking up at Wu Yen with gratitude and tenderness in her eyes. "Thank you, Yen." From the items in front of her, Mikoto could see that Wu Yen was really thinking about saving her sisters. He really cared about her words. How could she not be touched? Wu Yen shook his head with a smile and stroked her bangs. The intimate action made her blush again. "What are you thanking me for? Isn't helping you something I should do?" Chuju pursed her lips in dissatisfaction at the sudden interaction between the two, but she didn't say anything. Compared to what he did to the two of them last time, this is much purer. Of course, the intimate scene didn't last long. Mikoto picked up a character insertion card and complained to Wu Yen. "You can think of Ikaros not using an EMP barrier, but why didn't you think of me not needing a character insertion card? I'm from that world to begin with, you idiot." Wu Yen took the character insertion card in a daze. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, Mikoto is from the Forbidden World. Why would she need a character insertion card? Sighing, Wu Yen could only say, "Well, I guess it's better to keep it for next time." "No, you can use it now," Chuju suddenly said and snatched the character insertion card from Wu Yen, not letting him keep it in his space ring. "Use it? Who is it for?" Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at Chuju strangely. Not just anyone can enter a dungeon world. Other than the system's owner, Wu Yen, only Wu Yen summons can enter. Chuju should know this. "Of course it's for my new companions," Chuju said matter-of-factly, ignoring Wu Yen and Mikoto, who were even more confused by her words. "New companions?" Chuju said helplessly. "Yeah, it's not like we don't have summoning points. Why don't we summon more companions to help us?" Wu Yen nodded in realization. Then he went into deep thought. Speaking of which, Wu Yen still has 120,000 summoning points. There are at least 4 Tier 8 players in Academy City. The first is Alistair, a legendary magician. His strength is undeniable. The second is Iwas. As an angel, Iwas is definitely stronger than Accelerator, who didn't have his wings. The third is Accelerator. To be able to defeat the level 68 Mikoto in less than 100 moves, he's definitely a Tier 8. As for the fourth, it's the only person in Academy City who can fight Accelerator with his superpower, number 2 Kakin Taidaku. Among these 4 people, the first 3 would definitely be messed with because of the purpose this time. As for the fourth one, if necessary, as a member of the Dark Group, this ambitious guy would definitely not mind meddling in it. 4 Tier 8 players, even if Alistair won't fight himself, that's still 3 of them. Even if Ikaros can take on 2 or 3 of them, accidents happen every year. Who's to say there won't be any this time? To be safe, it's better to summon one more Tier 8 companion. Like Chuju said, it's not like they don't have summoning points. Alright, it's decided. Summon. Wu Yen clapped his hands and made the decision. He felt a faint sense of excitement. Of course, this feeling of excitement is something he gets every time he summons a girl. "Yen, who are you going to summon?" Hinajiku, Mikoto, and even Ikaros looked at Wu Yen curiously. Wu Yen pondered for a bit before looking at Ikaros. Under Ikaros's slightly stunned gaze, he said, "This time, I'll summon Ikaros' companion." Chapter 140. Is everyone ready? Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria stood in a circle. Other than Mikoto, all 4 of them raised their character insertion cards. Astria nodded furiously when she heard Wu Yan's question. The other girls nodded as well. Wu Yen opened the system and clicked on the dungeon tab. Of course, the dungeon that appeared in front of Wu Yen, except for the lit option of Whirlwind Butler, the others are all grayed out. This means that he can't enter. Of course, entering a dungeon requires points. Of course, Wu Yen could choose not to pay points, but the system would randomly decide which dungeon to enter. Just like the first time Wu Yen entered a dungeon, he randomly selected the Whirlwind Butler dungeon. Wu Yen didn't panic. He spoke to the system. "System, request entry into the summoned character's dungeon world." User requests entry into the summoned character's dungeon world. Request in progress. That's right. If you don't want to pay points to activate the dungeon world, other than randomly selecting a dungeon world, there is another way. That is to request entry into the summoned character's dungeon world. Ding. Request successful. Just as the system's voice rang, Wu Yan's options lit up in his dungeon list: magic, ****, catalog, and heavenly gift. Seeing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Then, they raised the character insertion card in their hands and chose to use it. The card turned into several rays of light and blended into the list of dungeons. Ding! Characters Wu Yan, Gui Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria have used character insertion cards. When the characters enter the dungeon, the system will randomly assign them an identity and place them into the dungeon world. The girls nodded at Wu Yan. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the magic tab and clicked on it. Wu Yan, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria all vanished into thin air. They disappeared without a trace. Academy City. It's a place isolated from the outside world. It's a place of its own because it's 30 years ahead of the outside world in terms of technology. This is a paradise for espers. Espers receive research and development from various research institutes to obtain their own abilities. They live here and use abilities that normal people can't get. They have special privileges that normal people can't get. This is hell for espers. Maybe in places unknown to others, there are 1 or 2 people who were happily shopping yesterday, but today they're being dissected on a dissection table. They're the guinea pigs of those so-called scientists. There are also humans without abilities here. They're known as the powerless. In this academy city where abilities are paramount, they live a life of complacency and self-destruction. In the eyes of a group of powerless people who were jealous of the world, powerhouses were hateful people. They would often gather together and entertain those who looked weak and powerless. If you are a cute girl, then please be careful. Perhaps when you walk in some deserted alleys, some people will stay and interact with you. For example, at this time, in a certain alley, there was such a cute girl who was forced into a corner. She looked at the boy in front of her who had his eyes closed and was thinking about something. She stood there trembling. Even though she called the disciplinary committee for help, who knows if the guy in front of her will make a move on her when the committee arrives. She could only pray in her heart that the guy in front of her will continue to meditate and won't wake up. However, the hope in her heart was quickly dashed. After a bout of dizziness, Wu Yan felt his body return to his control. He quickly opened his eyes and tried to see the scene in front of him. What appeared in front of Wu Yan stunned him. It took him a while to come back to his senses. A girl, a very cute girl. Even compared to Hinajiku and Mikoto, she wasn't too far off. At this time, her eyes were filled with tears, trembling less than 10 centimeters away from him. When she saw him open his eyes, her face was filled with shock and fear. What's going on? Before Wu Yan could figure out what's going on, the system beeped like crazy, knocking Wu Yan's head so hard he felt dizzy. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1, Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Mission Reward. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 100,000 each. Mission 2, yet to be activated. Mission 3, yet to be activated. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Before entering this dungeon world, the user used the character insertion card. The system has set the user's identity. Name, Wu Yan. Ability, incompetent age, 22. Character introduction, a permanent resident of Academy City. Currently, he has no friends, no girlfriend, and no parents. The most valuable thing in his family is a small house that can only accommodate a kitchen, bathroom, table, and bed. Normally, he takes it upon himself to rob the rich to help the poor. He barely managed to survive and is a good-for-nothing delinquent. Sometimes, he will take on a side job and counsel troubled young girls. So, apart from being a delinquent, he is also a complete scumbag. Identity setup complete. Reminder, the time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world is 100:1. Therefore, the user can train in this dungeon world without any worries. I wish you a pleasant time in this dungeon world. F***ck your asterisk. After accepting the identity that the system inserted into him and the memories of his life in the Academy City, Wu Yan started cursing without hesitation, scaring the girl in front of him so much that she didn't cry out loud. No, she was already crying. Woo, I beg you to let me go. I will give you all the money I have. I beg you, woo. The young girl's tears flowed down. Moreover, she kept begging. Her appearance was very pitiful. Wu Yan's body stiffened. His face was stiff as well. He cursed the system's entire family. Even he wasn't sure if the system had that many. Please don't cry, okay? Squeezing out a stiff smile, Wu Yan dryly laughed. He doesn't know the other party, but he can't do anything about a girl crying and whatnot. Let me go, sob. The young girl didn't seem to hear Wu Yan's words. She kept crying and mumbling as if she was wronged. Please don't cry, okay? Although Wu Yan really wanted to let her go, his reputation would be ruined. Even though the system's introduction showed that Wu Yan's reputation was ruined beyond repair, Wu Yan still wanted to salvage something. He really didn't want to be treated as a scum. Therefore, Wu Yan could only soften his tone and gently persuade the young girl. At least give him a chance to explain. Sob. The young girl completely ignored Wu Yan. She didn't care what Wu Yan said and continued crying. Wu Yan's head was about to swell. However, Wu Yan didn't know that he would soon regret it. He regretted not letting the girl go. Chapter 141. A young and powerful man and a delicate and cute girl were in an empty alley. Moreover, the delicate and cute girl was crying pitifully. Anyone who saw this scene would automatically imagine a scene of molesting an innocent woman. Needless to say, young Lady Justice of the Justice Organization who had just arrived and witnessed this scene, she would definitely think the same way. I'm a disciplinary committee member. I received a report and came here. Please don't make any unnecessary resistance. Hearing this delicate voice, Wu Yan and the girl's reactions were different. The girl raised her tear-stained face and looked at her in surprise. Wu Yan's face stiffened again. Please don't be her. 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 In his heart, he prayed to all his ancestors from the ape age to his great-grandfather and great-grandmother. He only hoped that this voice that he heard in front of the screen 8,800 times was an illusion. Wu Yan slowly turned his head like a machine. His neck even made a kaka sound. But when he saw the owner of the voice, Wu Yan knew that his ancestors also wanted him to accompany them, a beautiful girl with a height of only 1.5 meters and pink ponytails appeared in front of him. She was wearing the Tokuwada uniform and the discipline committee's armband was pinned on her hand. She had a serious expression on her face. She was just short of writing the word justice on her face. The petite girl was standing right there, and it was this figure that made Wu Yan want to find a hole to hide in and bury himself. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can reincarnate. Of all the people, why did it have to be her? How could Wu Yan not recognize the girl in front of him? She was the one who looked cute but had a twisted heart. She could be considered one of his rivals in love, the girl who wrote the novel Kuroko, read as a pervert, Shiroi Kuroko. At this moment, this girl who is most likely going to transfer him to the sewers after finding out that he pushed down her beloved Wanisama is looking at him like he's a scumbag, causing him to feel ashamed. Shiroi Kuroko pulled on her disciplinary committee member's armband and squinted her eyes at Wu Yan. She shouted, "You barbarian over there, put down the girl in your hand." Wu Yan's hands trembled, his legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. He finally understood how that bastard Tai Li felt when he shouted, "Put down the lowly in your hand." Even the girl who was looking at Shiroi Kuriko in surprise was startled. She wondered if she asked for help from the wrong person. Shiroi Kuriko didn't realize what she said at all. She just stared at Wu Yen and her hand started to move under her skirt. Of course, Wu Yen definitely didn't think that she was trying to give him benefits. Looking at the girl and then looking at Shiroi Kuriko, Wu Yen smiled very brightly. Wu Yen looked at Shiroi Kuriko and said softly, "If I said that it was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" As soon as he said that, Wu Yen saw that Shiroi Kuriko's expressionless face had a pair of eyes full of contempt. Her bright expression immediately turned into depression. This really is a misunderstanding. Wu Yen felt like he was about to cry. If you want to appeal, please go to the disciplinary committee's branch office. Shiroi Kuriko took out a pair of handcuffs. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous light. It was obvious that she wanted to arrest Wu Yen first. Maybe it's because of Shiroi Kuriko's imposing manner. The girl timidly glanced at Wu Yen before running over to Shiroi Kuriko's side. She hid behind Shiroi Kuriko's back. Although Shiroi Kuriko's height is not enough to cover her. "Oh? You didn't stop the hostage from escaping?" When the girl ran to her side, Shiroi Kuriko put down her other hand that was reaching for the steel nail and looked at Wu Yen with some surprise. "I already told you, it's a misunderstanding." Wu Yen felt wronged. Who else can he blame? He could only blame the system. He couldn't report the system, so he could only swallow his anger. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shiroi Kuriko's eyes still had obvious doubt. But perhaps because Wu Yen didn't stop the girl from escaping, she believed him a little. So she didn't say anything and directly walked in front of Wu Yen. "Then, please come with me to the disciplinary committee's branch office." "Must it be like this?" Wu Yen looked at Shiroi Kuriko with a pained expression. He really didn't think that after coming to Academy City, things would unfold like this. In fact, Wu Yen should be happy because the system didn't give him the identity of a murderer or arsonist. It's already good enough. If you really want to prove your innocence, you must go. Shiroi Kuriko's meaning was clear. If you don't go, it means you have a guilty conscience. Looking at Shiroi Kuriko, who was staring at him to prevent him from escaping, Wu Yen inexplicably had the urge to curse her mother. "Okay." After saying that, Wu Yen felt all the strength in his body leaving him along with his voice. Shiroi Kuriko didn't relax her strict watch on Wu Yen because of this. She brought Wu Yen to the disciplinary committee's branch office, which is the legendary branch office 177. Looking at Shiroi Kuriko, who was walking with unusual elegance, Wu Yen silently complained in his heart. "You damn Yuri, why are you pretending to be elegant? As long as you keep your saliva and go for Mikoto, that's enough." Disciplinary Committee's Activity Branch Office 177. Coming here, Wu Yen admitted his mistake. Although the process was a bit of a scam, being able to come to Supergun's daily activity base at least satisfied Wu Yan's curiosity. It's pretty much the same as what's on the screen. It's similar to a small company's office. Desks, documents, computers, it's a place with a bit of flavor. Here, Wu Yen saw two people. One of them is a tall and sexy woman with a pair of glasses on her face. Her breasts aren't as plump as Ikaros and Astria, but they're still much better than her peers. She doesn't have the aura of an older sister, but she has the looks of an older sister. The other one has short black hair. She's as petite as Shiroi Kuriko. She's wearing Sakugawa Middle School's uniform with a garland of flowers on her head. She's known as the Guardian Angel and Walking Vase. Wiharu Hikari. She's a celebrity. Wu Yen sighed as Shiroi Kuriko invited him in. Soon, the two working girls saw the two people walking in. "Thank you for your hard work, Shiroi-san," Wiharu said softly to Shiroi Kuriko. She looked like a wife waiting for her husband to come home from a business trip. Wu Yen wondered if this poor girl has already been taken in by that Yuri girl. "It's nothing," the prisoner didn't resist and surrendered. Shiroi Kuriko said. Wu Yen felt a bit of sadness in his lower body. Can you not call me a prisoner?" Wu Yen raised his hand in protest. "Trying to molest an underage girl, sir, that's a crime," Wiharu Hikari said righteously. Even though Wu Yen agreed with what she said, Wu Yen felt something was off. I'm not a prisoner. I didn't molest an underage girl. Letting out an aggrieved cry, Wu Yan had no choice but to clear his name. After all, this crime is too much for him to bear. Well, that's how it is. He claims it's all a misunderstanding. Shiroi Kuriko said nonchalantly. Misunderstanding? Wihar looked at Shiroi Kuriko suspiciously. She then looked at Wu Yan and said, but in the records, Wu-san, you have attempted to molest more than 10 girls. Wu Yan felt his head go black. He had already lost all hope in this dungeon world. The records Wihara mentioned were in the system's memories, seeing Wihara Hikari Kuriko, Kanori Miho, and Shiroi Kuriko looking at him like he's a scumbag. Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted himself hoarse. It's really a misunderstanding this time. Chapter 142. No matter what Wu Yan said, the 3 girls were suspicious of him, making Wu Yan want to cry but no tears came out. Perhaps it's because of Wu Yan's frivolous personality, the 3 girls were a lot nicer to him. Of course, the nicer words coming out of that Yuri girl's mouth weren't so nice. In the end, under Wu Yan's efforts, they didn't add another record to his record. They only gave him a warning, especially Shiroi Kuriko. She said something like she won't let him go the next time she sees him. She's just like a bad girl. After writing a bad review warning on the file, Konami looked at Wu Yan and said, okay, let your friend vouch for you and you can go. Wu Yan flinched. Let's not talk about the official's guarantee, just finding a guarantor is a problem. Don't forget, the identity given by the system is that he has no friends, no parents, no girlfriend. Where is he going to find a guarantor? Do I have to have someone vouch for me before I can go? Wu Yan said with a hollow laugh. It's been an hour since he came to Academy City and he felt his heart weaken a lot. Konami frowned and stared at Wu Yan. She said seriously, this is the rule. As a citizen of Academy City, you should know about it. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. To be honest, he really didn't know. The anime hasn't been broadcasted, the manga hasn't been drawn, the novel hasn't been written. How could he know about this rule? But I can't find anyone to vouch for me. Wu Yan held back for a long time and said this. You can't find anyone? The 3 girls were stunned. Shiroi Kuriko looked at Wu Yan strangely. That look was exactly the same as when Wu Yan met Lulu in the Behemoth Forest. Lulu looked at him with the same look. That look of looking at a mountain savage. Don't tell me your relationships are so bad that you don't have a friend who can vouch for you, although I don't want to admit it. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. His resentment towards the system deepened. Shiroi Kuriko stared at Wu Yan seriously for a while, then sighed and spread out her hands. Looks like you'll be detained here for a few days. Must it be like this? The 3 girls nodded in unison. Even Chu Chun was no exception. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His face was filled with grief. He was speechless for a long time. In Academy City, it's not that Wu Yan doesn't know anyone. On the contrary, he knows a lot of people. He even knows that damn otaku Alistair. It's just that they don't know him. The only people who know him are the girls who came with Wu Yan. But who knows what identities they were given and where they are now? This time, Wu Yan's intestines are turning green from regret. He didn't expect them to be separated. He changed so many items. Why didn't he think of a different method of communication? Even though they can sense each other's presence due to the intertwining of life force, they didn't expect him to be arrested the moment he arrived. Without a way to contact them, by the time they come looking for him, he would have already been detained to the point where he can be released. Sigh, I wonder how they are doing. Wu Yan isn't worried about Chuju. She has strong self-discipline. Wu Yan is a bit worried about Ikaros. Ikaros isn't good at interacting with people. Wu Yan is worried about Astria. Who knows if that idiot can survive in this place? There's also Mikoto. Wu Yan isn't worried about her. After all, she's a resident of this place. She's probably in her dorm right now, waiting for this Yuri girl to go back to Yuri. Suddenly, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. I got it. The sudden shout startled all the women present. Early Spring screamed as her head hit the computer. It was so painful that she was about to cry. What are you shouting for all of a sudden? Shiroi Kuriko shouted in dissatisfaction. Her two pink ponytails stood up. Even Kanori-mi was dissatisfied. Seeing the three girls glaring at him, Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. He quickly said to Shiroi Kuriko, "Oh right, I found someone to vouch for me. Kuriko, lend me your phone." Shiroi Kuriko jumped up and glared at Wu Yen. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Don't call me that. I'm not familiar with you at all." Wu Yen just remembered that in Japan, only people who are very familiar with each other can call each other by their names. You can't blame Wu Yen, he's not from Japan, he laughed dryly. "Don't mind the details," Shiroi Kuriko snorted before taking out her phone and shoving it into Wu Yan's hand. Then she sat down and ignored Wu Yen. Wu Yen held the phone that looked more like a Bluetooth headset than a mobile phone. His eyebrows twitched. "This is high-tech. She's trying to kill me." Luckily, Wu Yen often saw Kuriko using her phone on the screen. He clumsily used the phone to search for something. Soon, a name appeared on the screen. Wu Yan's face lit up. He quickly dialed the number back. Under the confused eyes of the three women, the call was finally picked up after a series of busy tones. An extremely familiar voice also sounded. "Oh, Kuriko." On the other side of the phone, the owner's voice rang out as soon as he picked up the call. Moreover, it rang throughout the entire branch 177. It was unusually loud, causing Hei-zi to instantly stand up and exclaim in shock. "Wani-sama." Wu Yen wanted to smash the phone. Not only was it hard to control, it even put the phone on speaker. "Kuriko, what's wrong?" Mikoto's voice came again. However, the room was eerily quiet. Shiroi Kuriko looked at Wu Yen like she wanted to eat him alive. Wu Yan's head was about to explode. "Ape, how dare you use my phone to harass my Wanima?" She put one hand under her skirt and the other hand reached for the phone in Wu Yan's hand. She wanted to take back the phone and Wu Yen at the same time. Wait. Let me finish." When Wu Yan's voice rang out, Mikoto on the other side of the phone was shocked. How could Mikoto not hear Wu Yan's voice wrong? But why is Wu Yen with Kuriko? Yen? Is it Yen? Mikoto's words made Kuriko's hand stop. At the same time, it also made Wu Yen give up on taking her down. Kuriko's mouth was wide open. Wu Yen smiled bitterly at the phone. "Mikoto, it's me. Why are you holding Kuriko's phone?" Even if Mikoto wasn't here, Wu Yen could imagine how strange and confused she must be right now. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. "Can't help it. This trip to Academy City didn't go well from the start. Listen to me first." Thus, Wu Yen blurted out an ambiguous explanation. After all, there were three girls present. Wu Yen couldn't explain it clearly. On the side, Kuriko opened and closed her mouth in disbelief. She looked at Wu Yen calling out Mikoto's name and Mikoto calling out Yan's name so intimately, so familiarly. Not long after, the explanation ended. Everyone was silent. Mikoto was also silent on the other side of the phone. After a while, Mikoto's voice came through. "In other words, you've been arrested by Kuriko and you're waiting for me to vouch for you." That's what happened." Wu Yen turned his face away unnaturally. Even if Mikoto wasn't in front of him, he didn't feel like he could face anyone. Where's the perverted girl? Wu Yen wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Wu Yen felt like Sis Cannon's voice had a tinge of darkness to it. "You should know that's not the case." Wu Yen sighed. After a few seconds, Mikoto said unhappily, "Wait there." She hung up. Wu Yen finally let out a sigh of relief. If possible, he didn't want to stay here anymore. However, while Wu Yan's side was settled, Kuriko's side was freaking out. What the hell is going on? Why, you scum. How could you know Wani-sama? Chapter 143. Mikoto hurriedly ran to branch 177 and politely knocked on the door. After all, this is her first time here. She can't just barge in without saying anything, can she? Of course, after knocking on the door, Mikoto pushed the door open and walked in. She seemed a bit impatient. Soon she saw the following scene. A senpai with a great figure, was sitting on a chair. Her eyes kept darting to the side. Mikoto could even see her eyebrows twitching. A very petite and cute girl with a garland on her head was sitting in front of a computer. her head was lowered, and the corners of her eyes were glistening with tears. It seemed that there was something unsightly that made her so afraid that she didn't even dare to look at it. It was a stark contrast to that senior. There was another person, a very, very familiar person. He was also sitting on a chair, looking out of the window. Occasionally, he would glance at a certain seat, and then continue to look out of the window in a lonely manner. He had a posture as lonely as snow. What's going on? Such a strange scene made Mikoto's body a bit stiff. She was slightly stunned and rubbed her eyes. In the end, it was still the same. Although it looked like a normal scene, for some reason, Mikoto felt that the atmosphere was very strange. She didn't know if Wu Yen just noticed or if he was pretending. Looking at Mikoto, Wu Yen smiled. Coming, Mikoto. Mikoto took 2 steps forward and came to Wu Yan's side. She frowned and asked, "What's going on? Weren't you in a hurry when we were on the phone?" "AI." Wu Yen sighed and looked at Mikoto sympathetically. He put a hand on her shoulder and told her in a serious tone, "Mikoto, now I know just how painful your daily life really is." Mikoto was confused. On the other side, Kanorimi and Weharukori also walked over. However, their expressions were different. One had curiosity, the other had stars in her eyes. They looked at Mikoto like a groupie. "Your Tokuwadai's trump card, that Misaka Mikoto?" Miwei looked at Mikoto from head to toe, as if trying to see if there was anything different about her. She smiled and said, Mikoto was very polite to strangers, not to mention this person was her senior. "I'm Misaka Mikoto, nice to meet you, senpai. You don't have to be so polite. I'm Kanori Miwei. Nice to meet you, Misaka." Hello, Misaka senpai, I'm Weharu Hikari." Weharu's cheeks were slightly flushed as she greeted Mikoto in an embarrassed manner. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Mikoto scratched her face and said. This exceptionally good atmosphere in front of him made Wu Yen feel a little helpless. The 3 people who should have been very familiar with each other were actually acting out the scene of their first meeting in front of him. This made Wu Yen feel a little uncomfortable. However, it was understandable. After all, Wu Yen and the others would enter the dungeon a day before the start of the storyline. It was normal that Sis Canon did not know Weharu Hikari and Kanori Miwei at this time. Seeing that they were regretting that they did not meet earlier and wanted to have a good chat, Wu Yen quickly interrupted them. Miss, can I leave now?" Hearing this, the 3 of them stopped. Kanori adjusted her glasses and nodded. Since someone is here to vouch for you, we will naturally let you go." Miwei then turned to Mikoto and said, "Misaka-sen, you have to help me keep an eye on your friend. Don't let him do anything that doesn't conform to the code of conduct. You should know that he has quite a few bad records." Wu Yen laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Mikoto was the same. Of course, this was only because she knew about Wu Yan's situation. If Wu Yen really did something perverted, it would be strange if she did not seduce him. Mikoto glared at Wu Yen fiercely. In return, Wu Yen looked back at her innocently. Mikoto could not help but laugh. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and looked around. "All right, where's Kuriko?" The scene suddenly quieted down. Mikoto looked at the silent Kanori and Weharu Hikari curiously, then looked at the expressionless Wu Yen. "What's wrong? Did something happen to Kuriko?" "No. It's nothing." Weharu quickly waved her hand at Mikoto, but no matter how you look at her, she looked guilty. Shirai-sen just received a report, so he went out to deal with it. Kanori quickly pulled Weharu away and smiled at Mikoto. Of course, if one looked closely, one could see the unnatural look in her eyes. "Oh, is that so? All right, Mikoto, let's go." Wu Yen pulled Mikoto and walked out. Gura-senpai, Weharu classmate, will be going first." Kanori and Weharu quickly nodded. Compared to before, when they couldn't wait to chat with Mikoto until the sky turned dark, it was a completely different attitude. Mikoto tilted her head in confusion and quickly followed Wu Yen. After Wu Yen and Mikoto left, Kanori and Weharu looked at each other and ran under a table to look inside. There, Shiroi Kuriko was tied up and thrown there like a bag. Her mouth kept making woo-woo sounds. It was obvious that her mouth was sealed. The two girls bitterly smiled. They did not seem to be surprised. Instead, they quietly pulled Shiroi Kuriko out and untied her. That scum! How dare he treat me like this? I'm going to stuff him into the ground. Shiroi Kuriko didn't care about her body that was still tied up and screamed at the top of her lungs. Kanori and Wiharu couldn't help but cover their ears. Kanori bitterly smiled and put down her hands. She continued to untie Kuriko while saying, Shiroi, you can't blame him for this. You didn't listen to what he said and even wanted to move the phone into his body, but that's scum. Since he wants to touch Wani-sama as Wani-sama's attendant, how can I let him continue to exist in this world? Shiroi Kuriko said as if it was a matter of fact. Then she suddenly remembered something and screamed. Oh right, Wani-sama. Wani-sama left with that scum. That scum must be trying to take Wani-sama to a place where no one is around and do this and that to her. Wani-sama. Wani-sama. Wait for me, Kuriko is coming to save you. Her voice echoed throughout the entire discipline committee branch. Too bad your Wani-sama won't be able to hear it. Also, who knows how many times he's done this and that. On the other hand, Mikoto finally understood what happened after Wu Yen explained in a helpless voice. So that means you're now a delinquent. Mikoto looked at Wu Yen with a smile. Yeah, that's why don't you go out and flirt with delinquents for the time being? Wu Yen said in an annoyed tone. Mikoto couldn't help but laugh again. After laughing, Mikoto said worriedly, I wonder how Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria are doing? Well, they won't turn into delinquents too, right? Wu Yen was actually looking forward to seeing Kaisha-sama, Ikaros, and Astria turn into delinquents. Wu Yen smiled as he thought of something. Then he put on a serious face. Mikoto, you're more familiar with Academy City, why don't you go look for Chuju and the others? What about you? Mikoto stopped and turned around to look at Wu Yen. It's like she's trying to see through Wu Yen's heart. Wu Yen smiled and ruffled Mikoto's hair. Of course I'll follow the plan. Mikoto wasn't embarrassed by Wu Yen's intimate action this time. She looked at Wu Yen seriously and said softly, Don't force yourself. Wu Yen nodded, but Mikoto was still worried. You can't do it alone, we agreed to do it together. Wu Yen nodded again and smiled. Chapter 144. Night. In a phone booth, Wu Yen is holding a small notebook he got from Mikoto. It's about the size of a palm and he's typing on it. Occasionally, Wu Yen would release 1 or 2 electric currents from his hand, flowing into the small notebook in his hand. Then, the image would change and information of various sizes would appear in the notebook. So many research institutes, how did Mikoto destroy them all in the original novel? Although he's complaining, Wu Yen quickly used his perfect memory ability to memorize all the information. Then, he carefully controlled the information and exited. Mikoto's ability is really useful. Wu Yen smiled. If he didn't have Mikoto's ability, it would have been a lot harder to obtain this information. He might have even been discovered by the hanged man. After that, Wu Yen recalled the information he memorized and walked towards one of the research institutes. There's something Wu Yen must obtain. In front of a large research institute, Wu Yen walked out from a corner. He looked around and took out a large cloak from his space ring. After covering himself with it, Wu Yen disappeared. In the research institute, Wu Yen is quietly walking down a corridor. With an electromagnetic shield, he's not afraid of any electronic devices detecting him. As for being discovered with the cloak, there's even less of a need to worry. The research institute is huge. Although it's huge, Wu Yen still walked in a certain direction. Wu Yen has already memorized the map and whatnot. At night, there aren't many people patrolling the research institute. Occasionally, you'll see 1 or 2. At other times, there are more robots that look like trash cans. When he meets someone, Wu Yen will carefully stop. When they pass by, Wu Yen will move again. When he meets the robots, Wu Yen will ignore them and walk past them. Every time this happens, the robot's eyes will dim for a moment. When Wu Yen passes by, they'll return to normal and continue patrolling. Along the way, Wu Yen lost count of how many times he's encountered a door. Others might have had to spend a lot of effort to enter these doors, but Wu Yen only needs to swipe his card and the door will open. Mikoto's ability is really suitable for invading these places. Opening another door, Wu Yan walked in. Behind the door, it's no longer the usual steel corridor. Instead, it's a very large place. There are a few computers running around. Some information is neatly arranged on the bookshelves. On both sides of the room, there's a large culture tank that looks like a capsule. There's an unknown liquid inside that seems to have some function. At the front, in the most conspicuous place, there's a large computer with a screen that's comparable to a movie screen. When he saw it, Wu Yan ignored everything else and went straight for it. It's obvious that Wu Yan is looking for this computer. The computer screen is dark, but the buttons at the bottom are lit up. Wu Yan fumbled around for a bit before reaching the center of the computer. He looked at the buttons and pressed them down. After pressing a few buttons, Wu Yan stopped and stood there waiting. When a red light lit up, he pressed his hand on the keyboard and activated his ability. A few small electric currents flowed into the keyboard and made a beep 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 sound. After the last electric current flowed in, the red light turned green. At the same time, a groove suddenly popped up on the keyboard in front of Wu Yan. In the groove, there's a small bottle. Inside the bottle, there's some red blood. Seeing this, Wu Yan smiled and picked up the bottle. After checking it out and confirming that there are no problems, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and stored it in his SPC ring. The blood inside is none other than Mikoto's. This is Mikoto's DNA that was used to replicate the Misaka sisters. The sisters were born into this world because of this DNA. That's why the first thing Wu Yan wanted to get his hands on after coming here is this DNA. Since he's decided to save the sisters, Wu Yan must have thought about it carefully. He doesn't want to wait until after he saves the sisters and Alistair creates more sisters for his artificial heaven project. At that time it would be troublesome, he would have to come back and save her one more time, and that's already a light punishment. Although he didn't know if there's a foreign individual in Academy City who suffered that much, but he didn't want Mikoto's DNA to be used endlessly to increase her pitiful lifespan. Just in case, after storing Mikoto's DNA, Wu Yan walked towards another place, repeatedly dodging the patrolling guards, repeatedly opening the door, repeatedly walking through the monotonous and tasteless corridor. In another part of the research facility, Wu Yan finally saw the person he's looking for. Tokuwadai's school uniform, brown shoulder-length hair, a face that was exactly the same as Mikoto's, and a body that was exactly the same. The only difference was that she was wearing a pair of military goggles on her head. Her brown eyes were as calm as an ancient well, almost to the point of being dull. Mikoto's sister. Wu Yan's face lit up. Mikoto's sister is probably patrolling. She's walking back and forth in the corridor, oblivious to the fact that there's an extra person beside her. Wu Yan suppressed the joy on his face and looked around. After making sure there's no one else around, Wu Yan took off his cloak and walked in front of his sister. When a person suddenly appeared in front of them, as long as they were human, their first thought would be, there's a ghost, and their second thought would be, run. But in this Academy City, even the most inconceivable things could be explained by science, so while people might be surprised, they wouldn't think of running away. Mikoto's sister is the same. Of course, that's what she said. She looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. She paused for a moment and said, "Who are you? Are you here to steal something from the research facility?" Misaka stared at the thief in front of her in shock, wondering if she should call for help. "From your expression, I don't see any surprise." Although he knew his sisters were like this, Wu Yan still felt his mouth twitching uncontrollably. There's nothing valuable in the research facility. Even if there is, it wouldn't be here. You can look elsewhere. Misaka, try to chat with the thief in front of you and find a chance to escape. Can you listen to me first? Don't run away in such a hurry. Wu Yan dryly laughed as he told himself not to ridicule her before telling her sister. "Mr. Thief, do you have something to say to Misaka?" Misaka stared at Mr. Thief and thought about what thieves usually say to others. Rubbing his forehead and patting his face, Wu Yan felt that if he didn't ask what he wanted to know, he might be killed by Misaka's sister. Wu Yan turned serious and looked at Misaka's sister. "What's your Misaka number?" Misaka's sister glanced at Wu Yan with her lifeless eyes before replying. Misaka is a military clone, serial number 9833, Misaka answered truthfully. I'm also shocked that the thief knows about Misaka's existence. Then sister, do you know where the other sisters are? Through the Misaka network, Misaka can find out the location of other Misakas. Misaka answered honestly and began to wonder if Mr. Thief was planning something against Misaka's Misaka. Raising his eyebrows, Wu Yen kept telling himself to stay calm. She was just a sister, she didn't mean any harm, so she could be forgiven. Could it be that Mr. Thief isn't here to steal things, but to steal people? And the target is Misaka's Misaka? Misaka stared at the thief in front of her in shock and told the other Misakas to run through the Misaka network. The word, stay calm, in his heart shattered into countless pieces. Wu Yan's expression collapsed. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "You're right, I'm here to steal Misaka's sisters." Chapter 145. Academy City, in a research institute, director. Something happened. An old man frowned when he heard the voice. He looked at the source of the voice and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed?" The person who shouted, "Something happened," said anxiously, "But, leader, something really happened." What happened? The number 3 military clones in the research institute are all gone. The old man was stunned. He waved his hand casually. If they're gone, then so be it. Just ask the people below to make a few more. But director, the number 3 DNA sample is gone too. What did you say? The old man was shocked. At the same time, in Academy City, there were no less than 5 research institutes with the same name. The same conversation was happening one after another. The sisters living under their names had all disappeared. Moreover, the original DNA samples that had been preserved in batches had also disappeared. When the people in charge of these research institutes realized that something was wrong, they immediately used all kinds of methods to investigate. In the end, whether it was surveillance cameras or other detection devices, none of them could find out what happened. After that, some other researchers who were involved in the same research found out about what happened to the sisters from their colleagues. They all counted the sisters under their names and were relieved when they found nothing wrong. Soon after, countless researchers started investigating the matter from the sisters. The sisters had access to the Misaka network. If they wanted to know the whereabouts of the other sisters, asking the sisters was undoubtedly the most effective method. However, what shocked them the most was that all the sisters said that the missing sisters had been stolen by a strange thief. The relevant personnel were all furious on the spot. For a scientist, there was nothing more infuriating than stealing their research material. Some of the researchers' eyes even turned red. However, when they asked the sisters what the thief looked like, none of them could answer. The reason was simple. They only knew how to use words like strange person and thief to describe the culprit. They didn't know how to describe the culprit. When they asked about the whereabouts of the missing sisters, they said that the sisters' connection to the Misaka network was cut off. However, one thing is for sure, there's a plan going on to target the sisters. Academy City, School District 7. There's a tall building with no doors or windows. It's located right in the middle of School District 7, but there's not a single person within 10 meters of it. Inside the building, in a sci-fi room, there was a huge test tube that connected the ground floor to the top floor. The tube was filled with an unknown yellow liquid. A man with long white hair, wearing a green surgical gown, was floating in the liquid. He was hanging upside down. This man is the director of Academy City, the source of all this, Alistair. In front of him, there were some images that were being replayed over and over again. However, he wasn't sure if it was because the owner wasn't satisfied with it, but the replays were still going on. These images were of the research institute that was in a mess because of the missing sisters and the original DNA sample. After an unknown amount of time, the scene finally stopped replaying and disappeared. Alistair closed his eyes, and as he did so, the place fell into a long period of silence. Only a murmur that no one could hear clearly echoed in this space for a few seconds. Thief, huh? While the entire upper class of Academy City was in chaos, The person who caused all of this was leisurely walking down a street, observing everything around him with great interest, as if he was a country bumpkin, strolling around leisurely. For those who live in Academy City, of course, they wouldn't be able to understand Wu Yan's feelings. When he first came to Academy City, he got caught up in the drama of molesting girls and became a pervert. After a few twists and turns, he was released and immediately became a thief. He didn't even have the time to properly observe Academy City. He had to admit that Academy City had its own unique attraction. As a high-tech city, of course, technology could be seen everywhere. However, there were also some places that were retro. It formed a nice scenery that made Wu Yan's eyes light up. After a sleepless night, Wu Yan didn't feel tired. As a veteran otaku, staying up late was a common occurrence. Staying up all night was nothing to him. After a phone call with Mikoto in the morning and reassuring her, Wu Yan walked around. Of course, in Sis Cannon's words, you have to let her know if you're dead or alive. As he walked down the street, the students who passed by made Wu Yan sigh. He couldn't help but lament that he was old and that he was no longer in the same world as the students. He didn't realize that the two girls he had pushed down were also students. Sometimes, he could hear some gossip from these people. For example, what happened to a certain celebrity in Academy City, or bragging that they were friends with a certain LV5. He could even hear some familiar names from their conversations. At first, Wu Yan took it as a joke. However, when he heard another piece of news from a passing student, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Hey, have you heard? There's a very beautiful girl who fainted by the river beside the bridge stairs. Many boys went there to court her. That's right. That's right. Are you serious? A beautiful girl fainted. Didn't the disciplinary committee get the news and go check it out? Of course they did, but as soon as someone touched the girl, she would wake up. She wouldn't leave with the disciplinary committee no matter what. Why? I heard that she was waiting for someone, master. But is she a maid who was abandoned by her master? Huh, how could that be? Who would abandon such a beautiful girl? They should be executed by shooting. You're right. Wu Yan's foot was still in the air. His expression was blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. When the students walked past him, he immediately stopped one of them. May I ask, what does the girl you mentioned look like? Oh? I haven't seen her before, but I heard that she's a foreigner. She has really long blonde hair. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched and his eyebrows twitched. Where is that girl? Hearing this, the student looked at him with disdain as if he was looking at something terrible. He turned his head away impatiently and said, She's at the bridge in front. Thanks. Wu Yan didn't care about the disdain in the student's eyes. After thanking him, he ran over, causing the other students to look at him with even more disdain. Another creature with a lower body who wants to court a beautiful girl when he hears about her. Wu Yan couldn't hear the sentence, but even if he did, he wouldn't be in the mood to care. At this moment, he ran forward as fast as he could, his heart throbbing with pain. If he wasn't wrong, the beautiful girl that the student mentioned should be someone he knew. Soon, Wu Yan confirmed his guess. He looked at the group of people surrounding a certain cute thing on the ground. Wu Yan slapped his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Maybe because she sensed Wu Yan's presence, she lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan's direction. A look of pleasant surprise surfaced on her pretty face. She jumped up, startling the people around her. She ran to Wu Yan's side without a care in the world and started complaining with tears and snot running down her face. You, master, I had a hard time looking for you. Astria is so hungry, I'm starving to death. You. Chapter 146. Looking at the crying Astria, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he listened to her talk about the starvation theory. Sweating profusely, he felt the strange gazes coming from the crowd and he almost fell to his knees. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan felt like he should be the one crying. Unfortunately, Astria doesn't seem like she has any intention of answering him. She wiped her tears and shook her head while mumbling something under her breath. I'm so hungry. Twitching his mouth, Wu Yan couldn't hold back his tears as he watched Astria's series of cute actions. He thought she looked cute on the screen, but why does it feel like he's powerless when he's experiencing it for himself? Tell me first, why did you fall over there? Wu Yen pointed at the spot where Astria fell. Astria whimpered and replied, I was too hungry, so I just collapsed there. Wu Yen felt a slight pain coming from his lower body. He almost fainted along with her. How should I put this reason? It's not even a good enough reason. Wu Yen sighed helplessly when he saw Astria shaking her head weakly. Anyway, let's get you something to eat first. Hearing that, Astria regained her senses and straightened her body. Her little head nodded furiously and her cheeks blushed. The feeling of being on the brink of death was completely gone. Wu Yen felt a stomachache. So it's you scumbag. Wu Yen pulled Astria's hand and ran outside. When Wu Yen turned around, a pink figure appeared in front of him. She glared at Wu Yen as if she wanted to eat him alive. It's Shiroi Kuriko. His body stiffened and he forced himself to raise one hand while laughing dryly. Yo, hello, Kuriko. At the same time, he cursed himself in his mind. Why did I show up in such a big way? I heard a disciplinary committee member was coming and 177th branch is in charge of this area. The probability of encountering this Yuri girl is over 90%. Why was I so stupid? I really didn't want to run into her. Don't call me that. Kuriko ground her teeth. Her eyes were filled with hatred. How dare you treat me like that yesterday? You even took Oni-sama away. You came at the right time. Let me move you into the ground, you scumbag. With that, he disappeared with a leap. Wu Yan's expression changed as he dodged to the side. A slender little hand touched the spot where Wu Yan was just a moment ago. Kuriko appeared there. She looked at her hand in shock as if she couldn't believe that Wu Yan dodged her attack. Kuriko froze, but Wu Yan didn't. To prevent her from acting recklessly, Wu Yan decisively chose to take her down first. He grabbed her hand and twisted it behind her back. Kuriko screamed in shock as he flipped her on her back. His other hand pressed down on her head and subdued her in an instant. Laughing dryly, Wu Yan helplessly said, Attacking as soon as you come in, that's not how milady would do things. Let me go. You despicable scum. Today, I, Kuriko, will remove you from Oni-sama's side. Kuriko kept struggling. She seemed to want to use her superpower to escape. Wu Yan seemed to see through her thoughts. He exerted force and Kuriko screamed in pain. The formula in her head also stopped. Your goal is really for Mikoto. Wu Yan looked at her in embarrassment. He was speechless. Kuriko's face turned black. Damn it, how dare you call me Mikoto so intimately? I'm going to move your finger into your vocal cords. You are more vicious than the emperor. So noisy. You are just a scumbag who molests young girls. These words were shouted at the top of her lungs. The surrounding people exclaimed and pointed at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's face turned black. Didn't I say it was a misunderstanding? How can I let a scumbag like you get close to Oni-sama? No, you must be eliminated. Why don't you listen to what other people are saying, you damned Yuri girl? Wu Yan can't do anything about it. He already knew that the Yuri nature of this petite girl in front of him had already broken through the heavens. However, just calling out Mikoto's name affectionately a few times already made her go crazy. If she finds out that her Oni-sama rolled in bed with him, she's going to dismember him. Astria is pouting. She saw that Wu Yan ignored her and kept chatting with the pink twin-tails girl. She pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve and said pitifully, Master, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Before Wu Yan can say anything, Kuriko started yelling again. As expected, you scumbag. While you want to sully Oni-sama, you also train a slave. You have bad intentions. You must be trying to train Oni-sama into your slave. I won't let you get away with it. Wu Yan almost choked to death when he heard that. Sighing helplessly, he ignored Kuriko and reached his hand into her skirt pocket and started fumbling around. What are you doing, you scumbag? Are you trying to get your hands on me too? Stop it right now. Kuriko twisted her body in panic. Unfortunately, Wu Yan is certain this Yuri creature can't be communicated with. He continued his actions. Wa, onihima, I, Kuriko, am no longer pure. Wa, oni-sama. Kuriko gave up on her futile struggle and cried out her crimes. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. Isn't it just searching her pocket? Is it necessary? Wu Yen took Kuriko's phone out of her pocket. With his previous experience, he quickly found Mikoto's number and dialed it. Hey, Mikoto, where are you right now? Wu Yen asked when the call connected. Yen? Why are you using Kuriko's phone again? On the other side of the phone, Mikoto is a bit surprised that Wu Yen is using Kuriko's phone to call her again. Don't tell me you got caught again? Wu Yen felt awkward. How is that possible? Kuriko craned her neck and shouted. Onie-sama, help! That scumbag wants to give me hazy. Wu Yen covered Kuriko's mouth and glared at her. Mikoto, did you find Shuju and the others? Not yet. Mikoto said regretfully. I see. Wu Yen felt a bit regretful. He turned to Astria, who had tears in her eyes, and he helplessly continued. But I found Astria instead. Did you find Astria? Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. Looks like she cares about this clumsy Astria too. Yeah, you can come out now. I'll bring Astria to the restaurant to wait for you. Kuriko started struggling with all her might. She kept making noises like she was trying to stop something. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wu Yen stuffed the phone back into Kuriko's pocket and let go of her mouth. Of course, Wu Yen regretted it the moment he let go. Scumbag! How dare you ask Oni-sama out? I won't let you get away with it, Kuriko yelled loudly and once again attracted a lot of onlookers. Looking at the eyes of the crowd that are looking at him like he's a scumbag, he sighed towards the sky. He really wanted to push this Yuri girl down. Thinking about this, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he grinned at Shiroi Kuriko, who is struggling in his arms. Kuriko felt a chill down her spine and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know where this sense of danger came from, but she subconsciously shut her mouth. Wu Yen patted Kuriko's head and let go of her. Kuriko immediately jumped up and put some distance between them. She looked at Wu Yen cautiously and pursed her lips. He turned to Astria and held her hand without saying a word. Let's go to the restaurant. Yay! Astria cheered. Chapter 147. Wu Yen, Astria, and Kuriko are sitting in a corner of a cafeteria in Academy City School District 7. It's an inconspicuous spot, but everyone in the cafeteria is looking at them with awe and amazement. There was a waiter who kept bringing up dishes with a weird expression on his face. After he put down the plate, he was stunned and even forgot to leave. Kuriko, who was supposed to be at odds with Wu Yen, is now sitting together with Wu Yen. Moreover, they both have the same expression. Her eyes are wide open and her mouth has turned into an inverted triangle shape. What an awkward situation. The dining room was quiet, and only the sound of someone eating could be heard. The plates on the table were piled high, but it was still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked like it was about to soar into the sky. Maybe it was because it was rare to see such a big eater. The people around them started taking pictures with their phones. Wu Yen and Blackie quickly lowered their heads. If they were photographed, they would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Wu Yen glanced at Astria, who was eating happily. He felt like if he didn't get enough gold from Silveria, he would have ended up in the same predicament as that guy who tried to get his hands on a girl. Of course, she's much more unfortunate than him. She doesn't have as many gold coins as Wu Yen, and she still has to feed a nun who's as much of a glutton as Astria. Wu Yen, who used to be very envious of his ability to pick up girls, now he's feeling a bit lucky. Astria should be able to become good friends with Indicia, Wu Yen thought to himself. If it weren't for the fact that he's good at picking up girls, he would have tried sending Astria to his place for a while. He's guaranteed that he'll make her hover between life and death. Blackie finally got used to Astria's ferocity. She raised her head and the first thing she did was to use her despised skill on Wu Yen. You really are a scumbag. Not only did you train a slave, you even starved her to this extent. You really should be dissected. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Let's not talk about how you trained a slave and how you wrongly accused people. Can you stop calling me a scumbag? I have a name, Wu Yan. Blackie glanced at Wu Yan with disdain. Let's not talk about the fact that you are a scumbag. I don't think a humanoid ape needs something as luxurious as a name. Ha! Wu Yan laughed dryly. He knew it was useless to try to negotiate with Blackie. Mikoto is a Yuri girl, she won't look at you in the eye. However, Wu Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. I really want to beat someone up. The door of the restaurant was opened, and a seemingly delicate but actually very strong figure ran in from the outside. Perhaps it was because of the air conditioning in the restaurant, the figure involuntarily shivered and panted heavily. It seemed that she had run here with all her might. Taking a deep breath, she looked into the dining room. Mikoto's line of sight immediately caught the eye of the table. Her sweaty face couldn't help but stiffen. Wani-sama. Blackie immediately pounced on Mikoto. Under everyone's shocked gaze, she pounced on Mikoto and clung onto her body. She even rubbed her face with an intoxicated expression. Every day I don't see Wani-sama, I, Blackie, feel lonely and cold. Wani-sama. Oh, looking at the two girls who were hugging each other seriously, everyone in the restaurant uttered the same sound with a look of realization, as if they had understood something. They looked at the two girls with ambiguous and regretful gazes. What a pity, the two of them are so cute. How could Mikoto not understand the meaning of everyone's gazes and that long, oh? Her face quickly rose to more than 50 degrees. Bright colors covered her face. Especially Wu Yan's smiling eyes, Mikoto was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Blackie, what are you doing? Get down. She grabbed Blackie's collar and pulled with all her might. Her strength was enough to shatter a boxing machine, but she didn't pull Blackie down. Instead, she got closer and closer. Ah, Wanisama's smell, ah, Wanisama's body, ah. How could Blackie let go of Mikoto? First of all, she didn't care about other people's gazes. Right now, with that scum here, it's a good time to show off their love and let him know that Wani-sama is already taken. Blackie, let go. Under everyone's teasing gazes, Mikoto's face got redder and redder. Wani-sama, you don't have to be shy. Kuriko knows that Wani-sama actually loves Kuriko. Kuriko's eyes glowed like a wolf's as she spoke. That's right, it's a wolf's gaze. Her hand has already reached Mikoto's chest, just a centimeter away. Mikoto is so scared her soul almost flew out of her body. It's not like she hasn't experienced this before, but this time is different. Wu Yan isn't too far away, and even if she never verbally acknowledged their relationship, in her heart, she already acknowledged their relationship. If she let him think that she has some weird fetish, how am I supposed to continue living? Little did she know that Wu Yan already knew about Blackie's existence. He's already seen this scene countless times on the screen, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he just watched with a smile, almost clapping his hands. After all, Blackie, Yuri, and Mikoto's resistance is a great sight in Academy City. In order to show that she has a normal sexual orientation, when Blackie's hand was about to touch her, Mikoto instantly exploded. Blackie, beep beep beep. In a split second, a blue light expanded and a blue and white current flowed on the surface of Mikoto's body. Blackie, who was hanging on her body, was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. She fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of her mouth. Oh, Wani-sama's love whip? Lying on the ground, Blackie turned into a real Blackie. She was so happy that she was even drooling. You're already a bad person. Mikoto pointed at Blackie on the ground and shouted with a red face. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? Mikoto glared at Wu Yan. Of course, her red face looked more like a coquettish pout than anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh again. Mikoto was pissed. She humphed coldly and suppressed her embarrassment. She walked to Astria's side and looked at the mountain of plates. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Astria-chan, I've been looking for you. Mikoto patted Astria's back as if to help her smooth out the food. Both Mikoto and Chuju really liked Astria's clumsy and cute appearance. They even treated her like a little sister. Of course, on the surface, everyone would suspect who's older and who's younger. You. Astria was so happy that she wanted to say something when she saw Mikoto. But her mouth was stuffed full of food and she couldn't do anything. She could only whimper. It was indescribably cute. Let's talk after you're full? Mikoto shook her head helplessly. I think it's going to be hard to wait until she's full. Wu Yan scratched his face. He didn't understand why every 2D world was filled with gluttons. Astria from Heaven, Yuyuko from Fantasyland, Saber from Fate, and Indicia from Magic Seal. Hey, Astria, do you know where Ikaros and Chuju are? Mikoto thought for a while and felt it was a good time to ask. Astria stopped what she was doing and shook her head. Then she continued eating. Wu Yan and Mikoto were speechless. Looks like it's going to take a while to find them. Wu Yan sighed after thinking for a while. Seeing Mikoto nod, Wu Yan pondered for a bit before looking at Mikoto and suddenly said, Mikoto, do you want to go on a date? Chapter 148. Mikoto, why don't we go on a date? With a smirk on his face, Wu Yan stared at Mikoto and said word by word. At the same time, Wu Yan more or less guessed Mikoto's reaction. Pfft. She had just taken a sip of the drink when this sudden statement made her eyes widen. Her face turned purple and she spat out the drink without hesitation. The drink got dissolved when it reached Wu Yan's face. Cough, cough, cough. Mikoto patted her chest and coughed nonstop. It seems like she was frightened by Wu Yan's words. Her silly look made Wu Yan laugh. You, what did you say all of a sudden? Her brown eyes stared at Wu Yan's smiling face. Mikoto's face turned red and her body couldn't help but tremble. She stuttered as she spoke. The date? How is that possible? Wu Yan was a bit speechless as he looked at the extremely excited Mikoto. He didn't know if he should admire her innocence or her stubbornness. Although their relationship can be said to be the type of relationship where one gets on the bus before the other, but no matter what, they've already done the pa thing. Why is she so excited about a date? At that moment, Wu Yan could only shrug and tease. We haven't even gone on a date yet. It feels weird if we don't go on a date. Come on, let's go on a date. Mikoto's face turned red. She didn't know what to say. She fidgeted there, making Wu Yan a bit anxious. However, just as Mikoto was about to muster up her courage to say something, a sharp shout rang out. It was filled with killing intent and black energy, exploding in everyone's ears. Absolutely not. The voice was accompanied by a figure that suddenly appeared. It hung on Mikoto's body like a koala. It rubbed against her body while looking at Wu Yan with eyes filled with murderous intent. You Blackie, will definitely not allow a scum like you to taint Big Sister. The development of the incident was completely unexpected. The background people in the restaurant did not understand. How could such a farce suddenly appear in the usually calm restaurant? But that didn't stop them from gossiping. Blackie, get down. Mikoto, who was already shy and unbearable, with Kuriko's participation, her face turned as red as a wedding invitation. She pushed Kuriko's face away with all her might. Big Sister, you absolutely can't be fooled. That guy is a scum. Not only did he molest young girls, he also raised female slaves. Elder Sister, you also saw that the blonde one kept calling him master. It can be seen that he is an evil person. He must be plotting against Elder Sister. Elder Sister, you must think thrice. Kuriko tried her best to persuade Mikoto. Her voice was filled with pain, as if she was a mother watching her child go down the wrong path. She tried her best to persuade Mikoto. Of course, the content of her words only made Mikoto more embarrassed. Everyone in the cafeteria looked at them strangely, making Wu Yan and Mikoto want to find a hole to hide in. They started whispering to each other while glancing at Wu Yan and Ko from time to time. From what they said and how they acted, the people in the restaurant already knew the identity of this table of weirdos. There was a Big Stomach King's female slave, a Yuri girl, and a scum. The only normal Mikoto, under the other three's accompaniment, also became strange. If Wu Yan knew, he would definitely shout that he was wronged. There's nothing wrong with a Big Stomach King. There's nothing wrong with a Yuri girl. There's nothing wrong with a scum. What's wrong with having a date with my wife? Guest. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Wu Yen, Mikoto, Kuriko, and Astria all looked towards the direction of the voice. The waitress stood there timidly with a timid expression. I'm really sorry, but you're disturbing the other guests. Looking around, they saw that the people around them were interested and didn't get disturbed. Wu Yen and Mikoto looked at each other and lowered their heads. Fine, Kuriko really has the ability to turn a plot into a farce, but Wu Yen looked at Mikoto, who was competing with Kuriko. A smile appeared on his face and he felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. Finally, she's back to her normal self. The four of them walked towards Tokuwadai dormitory. Wu Yen and Astria walked at the back while Kuriko and Mikoto walked in front. In Kuriko's words, it's to prevent the scum from interacting with Wani-sama. Wu Yen pulled Astria aside and whispered, Astria, what's your identity in Academy City? Astria tapped her cheeks in confusion before she realized what was going on. Master, Astria is a student, and then? Scratching her head, Astria revealed a reminiscing expression and stuck out her tongue. I forgot. Then which school are you from? I forgot. Fine, I shouldn't have asked you. Mikoto and Kuriko stopped in front of Tokuwadai dormitory. They stood there waiting for Wu Yen and Astria's arrival. However, Kuriko's gaze was still filled with hostility. Wu Yen pulled Astria to a stop as well. He didn't want to follow Mikoto into the dormitory. Although it sounds tempting, Wu Yen decisively gave up on this tempting idea when he thought about the other boss of Academy City, the legendary dormitory supervisor. After saying their goodbyes, Mikoto and Kuriko entered the dormitory. However, Mikoto's expression is a bit unsettled because of what Wu Yen said to her just now. Wait for me at the dormitory entrance tomorrow. According to the system's memory, Wu Yen found his own dormitory in Academy City. It wasn't too good nor too bad, it was just average. Of course, compared to the dormitory where he hooked up with girls, it was considered good. Wu Yen opened the door and walked in. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw the clean room. Astria beside him looked around curiously before following him in. That's right, it's Astria. Don't think that Wu Yen is evil. He wants to bring Astria home to do something fun with a single man and a single woman. Although there is a bit of evil in his mind, Wu Yen used the excuse of no way to convince himself. Everyone knows that Astria is an idiot, but Wu Yen didn't expect her to be so dumb as to not remember the identity she placed in this world, causing her to starve herself to the point of forgetting her home in this world. Now, she's even forgotten about her home, therefore, Wu Yen had no choice but to bring Astria back. Of course, he didn't mind if there was love involved. Astria, do you want to take a shower first? Wu Yen admitted. His heart was fluttering when he said this. Astria shook her head and rubbed her stomach. She said with a lowered voice, Master, I'm a little hungry. Didn't you eat a lot just now? Speechless, Wu Yen glanced at Astria's flat tummy. He really doesn't know how she manages to maintain her figure. But I'm hungry. Astria teared up. Wu Yen sighed and said, I'll go look for something good to eat, you wait here. Long live Master. Astria cheered. Wu Yen couldn't help but bitterly smile at the sight of this. She didn't look as helpless as before. At night, Wu Yen laid on his bed. He looked at Astria, who was lying beside him. She was completely unguarded. Her body was amazing. He sighed. What a troublesome little fairy. Wu Yen caressed Astria's hair and looked at her sweet sleeping posture. He couldn't help but smile. But I like it a lot. Wu Yen kissed Astria's forehead. He got out of bed and put on his clothes. He tiptoed out of the room. Sisters, there are still a lot of them. Chapter 149. Black shirt, black casual pants, and a black hooded jacket. Wu Yen looked at himself in the mirror and casually splashed some water on the side of his shirt. He nodded with a smile. With Wu Yan's looks, of course, he can't be that handsome, but at least he has the looks and won't embarrass himself. Going on a date with Sis Cannon in Academy City was his dream back when he was an otaku master. Astria sat in front of the table with all kinds of food in front of her. Astria didn't even look at it. Her deep red eyes were looking at Wu Yen with teary eyes. Wu Yen smiled and patted her head. Astria's teary eyes immediately turned into a comfortable expression. She rubbed her head against Wu Yan's hand. If she wore cat ears and a cat tail, she would look like an adorable kitten. Stay at home and don't go anywhere. This food is enough for you to eat for a whole day. I'll be back soon, got it? Wu Yan told Astria in a serious tone. To be honest, he's afraid that Astria would run away. With her personality, it's easy for her to get into trouble. Astria returned to her pitiful expression, but she knew Wu Yan had something important to do, so she nodded. Astria got it. Wu Yan helplessly patted Astria's head when he saw her pitiful expression of, no one wants her. Be a good girl and I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Astria smiled and looked at Wu Yan happily. She nodded her head repeatedly. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Tokuwadai dormitory. After making sure that a certain black and white creature had left, Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. She knows Kuriko's personality better than anyone else. If Kuriko knew that she was going out with Wu Yan today, she wouldn't have a good ending. Have to say, compared to Mikoto, Wu Yan is much more fortunate. Both of them have someone they need to deal with by their side. Wu Yan only needs to coax them a bit and he'll be done with it. Mikoto, on the other hand, has to be on her guard. She ran her fingers through her hair. She felt shy when she thought about her date with Wu Yan. Her personality was a bit awkward, but which girl wouldn't look forward to a date? I'm the same. I don't want to admit it verbally and I'm hesitant in my heart. However, there's no doubt that I'm also looking forward to it. Although the order of the relationship is completely reversed, of course, with Mikoto's personality, there was no way she would stand in front of the dorm and wait for a boy. Otherwise, her scandal would be spread all over Academy City tomorrow. That's why she purposely walked to a less crowded area to wait for Wu Yan. Wu Yan was a bit confused as to why Mikoto was standing here. Mikoto, why are you here? Wu Yan patted Mikoto's shoulder and asked in confusion. Mikoto, who was already afraid of being seen by others, jumped in fright when someone put his hand on her shoulder. When she heard Wu Yan's voice, she patted her chest and turned around to glare at Wu Yan in dissatisfaction. Why are you scaring me? Why are you overreacting? Wu Yan looked at her strangely. He saw the unnatural look in her eyes. After thinking for a bit, Wu Yan understood. He couldn't help but laugh. Well, if it's you, Mikoto, I can understand. Don't say weird things. Mikoto turned her head away guiltily. She blushed and lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Shaking his head in amusement, Wu Yan smiled. Alright, time is precious. Let's go. After saying that, he grabbed Mikoto's hand. Mikoto was shocked. She struggled for a bit but to no avail. She gave up and could only continue blushing as Wu Yan led her away. Unfortunately, Mikoto's misgivings about coming here to wait for Wu Yan was still seen by a girl from Tokuwadai. The girl looked at the two holding hands in shock. She reacted and ran away. Wu Yan and Mikoto, who were immersed in their own world, didn't know that because of this person, they brought a huge problem to the two of them. Relying on the system's memory, Wu Yan walked through the streets of Academy City with familiarity. This also made Wu Yan realize another benefit of the character insertion card, which was to let him familiarize himself with the environment quickly. However, thinking about this was a bit of a spoil sport. The most important thing now was to continue with his date. Holding hands with Mikoto, Mikoto walked on the street. Beside them, there were people who were looking at them. Among them, there were those who were envious, those who were disdainful, and there were also those who were jealous. Those fiery gazes made Mikoto lower her head again, almost burying it into her small chest. Sis Cannon's shyness made Wu Yan's jaw drop. At the same time, he also felt that her face is too tender. In his world, don't even talk about holding hands, there are even people hitting on each other in public. Who would feel shy? Some of the people in the vicinity recognized Mikoto's identity. After all, she's a railgun and there's hardly anyone in Academy City who doesn't recognize her. Wu Yan didn't know how they would react, but one thing is for sure, Sis Cannon's plan to fool the public has been foiled. With Mikoto's personality, bringing her to a game store, a manga store, or a quack shop would be the easiest way to improve her impression of him, even though Mikoto's impression of him was almost off the charts. But this time, Wu Yan didn't want to bring Mikoto to those places. Wu Yan wanted to give it a try. He wanted to bring Mikoto to places that girls usually go, like a clothing store. Welcome. Under the welcome of the staff, the two walked into a large clothing store. Perhaps it was because there were fewer people than on the streets. Mikoto finally raised her head. I thought you would keep your head down until the end of the trip. Wu Yan smiled teasingly at Mikoto. Although it was a date, Wu Yan was still as flirtatious as ever. Mikoto's face that had been red since the morning finally faded a little. But after being teased by Wu Yan, it seemed to have relapsed. So long-winded. Mikoto snorted unhappily and scanned the clothing store. Smiling, he pulled Mikoto to the women's section. Wu Yan started picking out clothes for her. In the past, he could only see Sis Kanon wearing Tokuwadai's clothes on the screen. It's rare to see her in casual wear, he almost never saw her in it. Although Mikoto wore casual clothes in the Spalier world, for some reason, Wu Yan had a strong desire to pick clothes for her. Perhaps it was because the feeling of seeing the person he liked wearing the clothes he had chosen was a little different. Mikoto likes pretty clothes as well, she's a girl after all. It's just that her interests are more inclined towards the toddler side. To Wu Yan, that's a cute point, but at this time, wearing cute clothes is more pleasing to the eyes. Soon, the two were immersed in the joy of picking clothes. Most of the time, Wu Yan was the one choosing while Mikoto would change out of her clothes with a red face. Watching Sis Kanon's fashion show in front of him, Wu Yan couldn't be any happier. This is Misaka Mikoto's fashion show in real life. Wu Yan is already thinking about when he should bring Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria out for a stroll. Have to say, Wu Yan's taste in clothes suits Mikoto's taste. So the two quickly picked out one or two pieces. At this time, the two looked like they were on a date. Just as he was about to pay the bill, a piece of clothing made his heart tremble, 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 and tremble again. Maid outfit. A glint flashed in his eyes and he lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, his heart started pounding again, pounding again, pounding again and again. Apron. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have blossomed under the shocked gaze of the attendant. Wu Yan mustered up his aura, ignoring Mikoto, who was beside him with a red face and white smoke coming out of her head. Attendant, wrap up those two for me too. Chapter 150. On a street in Academy City, all kinds of people are looking at a man and a woman who are fighting over a bag in the middle of the sidewalk with a weird expression on their faces. Throw it away for me. Mikoto's face is red as she desperately pulled the bag and yelled at Wu Yan. From the looks of it, she's going to snatch the bag even if she has to die. This is very important. How can you throw it away? Wu Yan is also desperately pulling the bag. He's not going to give up even if he dies. What's strange is, under the tugging of a Tier 7 and a Tier 8, the bag miraculously didn't get torn apart. It's really a miracle. What important thing? It's obviously a dirty thing. Mikoto pursed her lips, her face full of shame and anger. Maid outfits and aprons are very attractive to most men, even Wu Yan is the same. It's not that Mikoto hates these two outfits, it's just that when she thought of the person who bought it as Wu Yan, she's not willing to leave it by Wu Yan's side. Mikoto is very clear that Wu Yan doesn't have any weird collecting habits, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hide it from her who spends day and night with him. But Wu Yan bought these two outfits without hesitation. Mikoto immediately thought that there must be a purpose behind it. And what is the purpose of buying these outfits? No doubt, it's to wear. Wu Yan doesn't have any weird habit of wearing women's clothing, then why did he buy it? A bad thought suddenly flashed through Mikoto's mind, making her heart unable to remain calm. Don't tell me he bought it for me to wear. When Mikoto's face is red, she suppressed the shame and anger in her heart and asked this question. What she got in return was Wu Yan's silence. At that time, she knew that her guess was right. And so, this scene happened. How is this dirty? It's obviously very loving. Wu Yan righteously said, making Mikoto furious. Who cares if you have love? In short, you have to throw it away. The redness on Mikoto's face had already spread all the way to her neck. Just the thought of Wu Yan asking her to wear these clothes in the future made her heart throb. Holding onto the bag tightly, Wu Yen shamelessly hugged it into his arms and earnestly persuaded, "Mikoto, calm down first. You really can't throw this away, I have a great use for it. Big your head, isn't it just fur?" At this point, Mikoto's face is about to explode, making her extremely angry. Ever since she met Wu Yen, she would blush from time to time. Even when she was being treated by Blackie, she didn't blush as much as when she was with Wu Yen. What a nemesis! In the blink of an eye, Mikoto felt her hands empty. The bag had been snatched away by Wu Yen. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yen ignored the passers-by and kept the bag into his interspatial ring. He then looked at Mikoto with a grin. "Hurry up and hand it over." Mikoto stomped her little feet in anger. She wanted nothing more than to use a taser gun to electrocute Wu Yen. Too bad, Wu Yen wasn't afraid of electricity. Wu Yen smiled and didn't answer Mikoto's question. He also didn't hand over the clothes. Instead, he said to Mikoto with a deep meaning, "Don't worry, Mikoto, I will only use them under special circumstances. Also, only I can see them, no one else will see you wearing them. Don't worry." Under Wu Yan's strange tone, how could Mikoto not know what kind of special circumstances it was? Her face heated up again, red to the point of almost turning purple. Looking at the smiling Wu Yen, she made a sound and buried her head in the ground. It seems like she didn't want to see anyone. The thought of Mikoto and Chuju wearing the clothes he prepared for them and then having sex with him made Wu Yan's heart burn. Looking at Mikoto's shy face, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Rolling his eyes, Wu Yen suddenly laughed. His laugh was so strange and evil that even Sis Cannon, who was too embarrassed to see anyone, couldn't help but raise her head and look at him strangely. "Why are you laughing so hard?" For some reason, Mikoto suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if something terrible was about to happen. Nothing at all. Wu Yen quickly put away his smile and explained. He then said to Mikoto, "All right, let's go to the next stop." Mikoto couldn't help but answer. She forgot about the clothes when she chose the surname. "Next stop? Where are we going?" "It's a date, how can we skip the movie theater?" Wu Yen said with a smile, making Mikoto feel shy again. Wu Yen was also speechless. It seems like the word date is quite lethal to Mikoto. Movie theaters are available in many places, including Academy City's School District 7. After a short walk, the two arrived at the movie theater. Leaving Mikoto to wait at the side, Wu Yen went to the ticketing area. He turned back to look at Mikoto and sneakily said to the ticketing staff, "Give me 2 tickets for the R-rated movie." Wu Yan's wild ambition finally surfaced at this moment. Under the ticketing staff's knowing look, Wu Yen took the tickets and walked towards Mikoto with a smile. When Mikoto asked what movie they were going to watch, Wu Yen just smiled and didn't say anything. He pulled her into the movie theater, making Mikoto curious. Of course, she soon regretted it. Mikoto stared blankly at the movie screen, her eyes started to water up and her face started to redden. As Mikoto's face turned red, the movie's plot became more and more unrestrained. Towards the end, it directly turned into a physical fight. Mikoto's mouth opened and closed, she didn't recover for a long time. Mikoto's skin is super tender. When did she experience something like this? The impact of the visual is far less than the psychological impact. Mikoto couldn't believe that there would be a day when she would watch a R-rated movie. Suddenly, a warm hand caressed Mikoto's thigh. Mikoto shuddered. She didn't even need to think to know whose hand this is. It's also at this moment that Mikoto discovered Wu Yan's intentions. She looked at Wu Yen with shame and anger. She originally wanted to scold Wu Yen, but when she met Wu Yan's fiery eyes, her heart trembled and the question she was about to ask immediately turned into ashes. Wu Yen stroked Mikoto's thigh, increasing his strength from time to time. In exchange, Mikoto's body trembled slightly. Speaking of which, Mikoto's body isn't that great. After all, she's only 14 or 15 years old. There are a lot of things that can't compare to adults. However, Wu Yen really likes Mikoto's thigh. Mikoto's skin is very smooth and it's especially refreshing. Mikoto's thigh on her body is also one of her highlights. However, Wu Yen soon couldn't be satisfied. His fingers moved and entered Mikoto's skirt. You. Mikoto pressed down on her skirt to stop Wu Yan's hand. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She also trembled. She never thought that there would be a day when she would be intimate with her sweetheart in public. Wu Yan's actions this time are completely challenging her heart's defenses. Her embarrassment almost broke through the sky. But it's too late for regrets. His fingers lightly moved, ignoring Mikoto's resistance. She didn't know what method Wu Yan used, but he actually squeezed his way in. He passed through Mikoto's safety pants, passed through Mikoto's little cutie, and arrived at the most private part of her body. Mikoto lowered her head. The feeling from her lower body let her know that her private part has fallen into Wu Yan's hands. She panicked and pressed down on her skirt. Mikoto whimpered twice. Don't do this, at least not here. Under Wu Yan's series of actions, Mikoto's eyes were already wet. Her eyes flashed with a moving luster. She was panting in pleasure, almost unable to extricate herself. Being violated by Wu Yan in this kind of place, Mikoto felt a strange sensation. Her nerves were stirred up again and again, her body became more easily aroused. This feeling made Mikoto both love and fear it at the same time. She could only beg for mercy and hope that he would stop. But stop? Is that even possible? Thus, without the surrounding people's knowledge, a delicate and beautiful melody resounded in the world where only the two of them were present. Chapter 151. At this time, the exit of the cinema was already closed. Perhaps they had to be careful. Anyway, it didn't affect the people here. In fact, the darker environment made them feel like fish in water. Even so, Mikoto still felt a little nervous. She had a feeling that someone would be watching them. She was afraid that someone would find out what Wu Yan was doing to her. But it was normal. If it were any other girl, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. Of course, there were a few exceptions. The movie's plot had reached its climax. Following that, the atmosphere became even more ambiguous. Wu Yan admitted that he was really evil this time, bringing Sis Cannon to watch an X-rated movie and then taking advantage of her. This was something he wouldn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he actually did it. It made Wu Yan feel incredulous. At the same time, it made him even angrier. It was rare for him to be evil. Wu Yan wouldn't let it go so easily. His hand movements quietly sped up, causing Mikoto's drooling face to sway. Her breathing also sped up, and in a moment of carelessness, a loud moan escaped her mouth, giving Mikoto a big fright. She looked left and right, secretly worried that she might be heard. Stop, don't do it anymore. I beg you. Mikoto had always been a thin-skinned person. Now that she was being done to in such a public place, if it wasn't for the constant electric current flowing through her body that drove away part of her shame, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in and run away. But in this situation, Mikoto seemed to have forgotten that she was stronger than Wu. Looking at Mikoto's pleading face, Wu Yan was secretly pleased. Usually, Mikoto was domineering and imposing. It was harder to get her to beg him for something than to reach the heavens. Only in this kind of situation can Wu Yan gain an advantage over Mikoto and take the dominant position. Only in bed can he see Mikoto's submissive side. However, every time it ended with his victory. It was the same this time. To the current Wu Yan, Sis Cannon's begging for mercy was a negative number. Mikoto's begging for mercy was instantly blocked by the sensation of her body. She reflexively raised a hand to cover her mouth, while the other hand was still pressing down on her skirt. The moisture in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker. Seeing this, Wu Yan's free hand started to touch Mikoto's chest. After a few light presses, he started to knead through her clothes. As Wu Yan's actions became bolder, Mikoto's shyness and nervousness reached a peak. Her body trembled violently, and under Wu Yan's stunned expression, Wu Yan's palm was wet. Mikoto, she actually told him this in advance. QQ. At this moment, Mikoto finally got a chance to catch her breath. She put down the hand covering her mouth and opened her seductive lips wide, like a drowning person looking for fresh air. Her chest heaved up and down violently. Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. He really didn't expect Mikoto to be so stimulated in public. The movie wasn't even halfway through, there was still a lot of time left. Wu Yan pulled out his hand from under Mikoto's skirt. Even in the dark, he could see the water glistening on his hand. It made his hand look as if it was retracted from a clear spring, warm and moving. Snickering wickedly, he looked at Mikoto, whose eyes lost their luster, and waved his hand in front of her face. "Mikoto, you're naughty, you actually told me this in advance?" Hearing this, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan's hand with difficulty. Her face was so red that it couldn't get any redder. She glared fiercely at Wu Yan. In this situation, she didn't know how to deal with it. She could only pretend to be strong. Mikoto's heart is filled with anger. She really didn't expect Wu Yan to bring her to do this kind of thing. An X-rated movie, public caressing, all of this made Mikoto embarrassed to the extreme. It's just that anyone who saw this Mikoto with her flushed cheeks and unfocused eyes wouldn't think that she's being a pushover. On the contrary, it's quite tempting. Wu Yan was naturally tempted as well. His eyes were burning, his heart was also burning. Under Mikoto's panicked gaze, Wu Yan pulled her into his embrace. Before Mikoto could react, one hand circled around her back and went under her armpit, the other hand came to her chest. Both hands pressed down on her chest and then kneaded. Her heart started to beat faster. Under Wu Yan's kneading, the little bit of strength she recovered with great difficulty immediately disappeared. Mikoto softly fell into Wu Yan's embrace. Suppressed moans sounded again. "No, I beg you." Even though she knows that begging is useless, Mikoto can't keep quiet. Her body wriggled uncontrollably, trying to escape from Wu Yan's embrace. But her disappointing body didn't listen to her at all, making Mikoto's heart hate. While continuing what he was doing, he gently rubbed Mikoto's fragrant hair. Wu Yan laughed. "How can I not? You're satisfied, but I'm not." Mikoto's jaw dropped, looking at Wu Yan, her voice trembled. "Do you want to do it in a place like this?" Wu Yan couldn't help but stick out his tongue, licking his dry lips. "It doesn't matter, it's so dark here, no one will see. The main purpose of people here is to watch a movie. Shameless people like Wu Yan, who brought girls here to flirt, but they're in the minority." Everyone's attention, from start to finish, was focused on the screen in front of them. What's more, it's broad daylight. There aren't many people here to watch this kind of movie, only a few scattered people. Wu Yan and Mikoto are sitting in an inconspicuous position, there's no one around them. Plus, to show the atmosphere, the room is darker than other movie rooms. If you don't get close, no one will know what Wu Yan and Mikoto are doing. But even so, with Mikoto's personality, there's no way she'll agree to such a ridiculous thing. No. Only this, absolutely not. Her heart is beating fast, the panic in her eyes can no longer be hidden. Squeezing out the last of her strength, she tried to push Wu Yan away without thinking. Her hands tightened, Mikoto immediately groaned, all her strength is gone. Wu Yan softly persuaded her, "All right Mikoto, good Mikoto, just this once." As for how much truth there is in his words, it's hard to tell. "No." Ugh. Her tone of rejection was replaced by the sound of panting. Wu Yan reached into Mikoto's clothes and grabbed a soft breast. His actions. "Just let me go, Yan." Her skin is already slightly red, she's almost dying from embarrassment. Just thinking about what Wu Yan is about to do, she wants to bite him to death. "Just give in to me, Mikoto." Pulling out an excited smile, Wu Yan's movements made Mikoto's body tremble. His other hand also started to move, reaching into her skirt and taking off her safety pants together with her little cutie. Don't. She held onto her skirt tightly, but at this time, her resistance is a little weak. Soon, under Mikoto's soft gasps, the two underwear were taken off and kept in Wu Yan's interspatial ring. Like holding a doll, Wu Yan picked her up and straddled her on his body. His great spear has long been thirsty, she desperately shook her head, hoping that Wu Yan will let her go. Unfortunately, Wu Yan has already made up his mind, he straightened his body and squeezed into her body. Ugh. Mikoto looked like she was struck by lightning, like a swan that was shot by an arrow. She raised her snowy neck and buried her head in Wu Yan's shoulder, unable to raise her head to see anyone. Lightly exhaling, Wu Yan felt like he's in heaven, Hugging Mikoto's body, he impatiently moved. Muffled moans sounded in Wu Yan's ears. Chapter 152. Evening, Academy City School District 7, Tokuwadai Dormitory. One of the dormitory's doors was quietly opened. A tea-haired girl poked her head in and looked around. After making sure there was no one in the room, she sighed in relief. Mikoto's face tensed up. She quickly dashed into the room and closed the door behind her. Her back was against the wall. Her hands were still holding the clothes she bought during the date. Of course, the other two weren't with her. She raised her head, not sure what she recalled, but her face quickly turned red. Feeling the coolness under her skirt, she angrily threw the clothes on her bed, hugged her pillow and started beating it fiercely. Damn bad guy. Big bad guy. You only know how to bully people. How dare you bully me like that? Damn you. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Her mouth was muttering curses, but her face was completely red. Even Mikoto didn't realize that compared to her usual self, she's acting like a girl. But you can't blame her. If Wu Yan was here, he'd definitely complain about her, who told her to be so seductive. After beating the pillow, Mikoto started beating the blanket, her face red as she recalled, beating and scolding at the same time. When she remembered that Wu Yan confiscated her safety pants and little cutie, Mikoto became even more embarrassed and started beating harder. Q. Lying on the bed, Mikoto's head was constantly thinking about that scene in the movie theater. She covered her face with both hands, trying to bury it. After a while, Mikoto recovered a bit and walked towards the bathroom. After all, there's still a sticky feeling under her body. When the bathroom door closed, a small figure suddenly appeared in the room. Two pink ponytails lightly swayed. Seeing the bag on the bed and hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, she smiled. Wani-sama, are you there? In the bathroom, hearing Kuriko's voice, Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, she rejoiced that she came back before Kuriko, or else she wouldn't know when she would pounce on her and find out that her underwear is missing. That would be bad. Kuriko, what are you doing? Elder sister, you seem to have taken a bath very early today. Blackie tilted his head and asked in confusion. I felt particularly sticky today, so I washed up first. Originally, it was just a casual remark, but now, it revealed a part of the truth, causing Mikoto's face to redden again. Oh. Nodding, she rolled her eyes and quickly picked up the bag Mikoto put on the bed. Kuriko smiled foolishly and took out the clothes inside with some saliva. Hugging her Wani-sama's clothes that might have some collectible value, Kuriko quietly flipped through Mikoto's clothes. As she flipped through them, Kuriko's infatuated expression turned to one of confusion. Why does it seem a little different from Big Sister's taste? Blackie fiddled with the clothes strangely and instantly became even more confused. Mikoto's taste, to put it bluntly, was childish. Not only did she like Gouda, she was also interested in things of a younger age group, including clothes, which was also a bit childish. But these clothes, although they couldn't be said to be mature, they were far from childish and leaned towards cute. Putting aside those perverted tastes, even Kuriko couldn't find any flaws in these clothes. If someone were to say that Mikoto's taste suddenly changed, Kuriko would never believe it. One must know, in order to change Mikoto's taste, Kuriko worked hard for a whole year and still, she couldn't change Mikoto's point of view. Could it be that someone else bought these? Kuriko's heart suddenly clenched. A figure flashed through her mind, causing Kuriko to lower her head. The two ponytails behind her moved without wind. A large amount of black smoke started to spread out. With a forced smile, Kuriko said to Mikoto, who was in the bathroom, "Wani-sama, don't tell me you went out with that scum today?" Mikoto, who was using the shower head to wash her body, heard Kuriko's question and her hand trembled, almost throwing her out. She laughed a few times to cover up her guilty conscience and dryly laughed. No, how could I go out with that scum? Mikoto couldn't help but gnash her teeth. For the first time, she felt that Kuriko's description of Wu Yan was too accurate. Although she was still a bit suspicious, Kuriko could hear the gnashing of teeth in Mikoto's mouth, so she let go of her doubts and started to laugh lecherously. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Kuriko's perverted expression once again appeared on her face. Then, with a leap, Kuriko used her teleportation ability and disappeared from the spot. Kuriko! An exasperated voice immediately came from the bathroom. Wunia, your humble heart is still so attractive. Let go of me. Well, Wani-sama, you're being arrogant again, eh? Why do I feel like you've grown a lot? Kuriko, beep beep beep. Oh, Wani-sama loves whip. At the same time, in another dormitory of Tokuwadai, a girl from Tokuwadai quickly walked into the dormitory and knocked on the door. Her expression started to change into a respectful one. Come in. A very pleasant voice came from the other side of the door into the girl's ears. She quickly grabbed the door handle with both hands and walked in with small steps. The moment the door was opened, a beautiful girl with long blonde hair wearing the same Tokuwadai uniform appeared in the girl's line of sight. Looking at the beautiful blonde figure, the girl's expression became a bit blurred. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest. It seems like she's very infatuated with the blonde figure. What's the matter? The heavenly voice awoke the young girl's intoxicated heart. She came back to her senses and hurriedly tidied herself up. She remembered the purpose of her visit and hurriedly said, "It's about Misaka Mikoto." Misaka Mikoto? The blonde girl's voice fluctuated a bit. Seems like she's quite interested in Mikoto's matter. What's the matter? The girl pondered for a while and chose her words carefully. Today, your subordinate saw Misaka Mikoto go out with a boy. A boy? The blonde girl was slightly surprised. She was probably surprised that Misaka Mikoto would go out with a boy. Then, her face started to show interest. Yes, your subordinate saw it with my own eyes. Misaka Mikoto and that boy seemed to be very familiar with each other. What surprised your subordinate even more was that when they left, they were holding hands. That boy should be Misaka Mikoto's boyfriend. Misaka Mikoto's boyfriend. This time, the blonde girl's voice was filled with surprise. Who would have thought that Misaka Mikoto, who doesn't have any feminine qualities, would have a boyfriend? The girl shut her mouth. Even though she's on the blonde girl's side, she's not qualified to casually talk about Tokuwadai's trump card. The blonde girl pondered for a while. It's a small action, but it brought about a different kind of seduction. Plus, her figure doesn't look like a high school student's at all. It's extremely seductive. Do you know who that boy is? Hearing this, the girl hesitated. According to your subordinate's investigation, that boy's name is Wu Yen. He seems to be a low-quality hooligan. Hooligan? The blonde girl looked at the girl in confusion. She was a little dissatisfied. You're saying that Tokuwadai's trump card, Misaka Mikoto, found a hooligan as her boyfriend? Why yes. From her voice, it's clear that the girl didn't quite believe it. That hooligan often robs students and even teases some pretty girls. That's why it's easy to find out. Is that so? The blonde girl fell into deep thought. Bring me the information on that Wu Yen. Yes. With that, the girl walked out of the room and closed the door behind her. Now, only the blonde girl was left in the spacious room. Not sure what she thought of, the blonde girl's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her light laughter echoed in the empty room. Chapter 153. Next it's here. On a dark and windy night, a research institute in Academy City welcomed the creator who had caused chaos in a certain research institute in Academy City for a period of time. Wu Yen kept the notebook in his hand into his space ring and looked at the research facility that was much bigger than the previous one. For some reason, he frowned. Wu Yan's footsteps paused as a warning sign flashed in his heart. He lifted his head and looked at the research facility carefully. From the outside, it looked like a normal research facility, but Wu Yen trusted his intuition, even if it was just a warning sign and not a crisis. Wu Yen laughed and shook his head. Who cares if there's a problem or not? Even if there's a scourge inside, he must go in. Saving the sisters wasn't just his wish, it was also Mikoto's wish. He already promised Mikoto and swore in his heart that he would save the sisters no matter what, right? After returning to Academy City for a few days, Mikoto was constantly thinking about how to save her sisters. If it wasn't for the fact that they had a complete plan, and if it wasn't for Mikoto's deep trust in him, she probably would have come looking for him already. Going on a date with Mikoto, wasn't it to comfort her and let her let go of her worries? Even if Mikoto doesn't look any different from her usual self, how could Wu Yan not know that girl? How could he not know that Mikoto likes to flaunt her superiority? Well, in the end, the date trip turned into a date and sex trip, but the goal was achieved. At least Mikoto became a little happier. Now, it's time for Mikoto to be completely at ease. So, even if there's accelerator, ice, or even Alistair inside, he must go. At worst, it's just a failure. He touched the biocontainment device bracelet on his wrist. There were no less than 1,000 Misaka sisters in it. But it's still not enough. There's still a lot of sisters, a lot more. The number of dead sisters was at least 10 times more than the number of sisters here, and the number of sisters who were still alive but facing the threat of death every day was also almost 10 times more than the number of sisters here. If she didn't save all of her sisters, even if some of them were saved because of the Hanging Man's plan, they would still end up as pawns for the Hanging Man. Mikoto, Hinajiku, Ikaros, and Astria will never allow this to happen. I will never allow this to happen. With determination in his eyes, Wu Yan stepped forward and walked into the research institute without hesitation. With his cloak draped over his body, he kept an eye out for his sisters as he walked. For Wu Yan, who had the same superpower and electromagnetic field as his sisters, it was easy for him to sense his sister's location. As long as he was slightly closer to his sisters, Wu Yan would be able to sense them and find their whereabouts. But Wu Yan's face was ashen. His LV-4 superpower was almost fully activated. He tried his best to spread out his electromagnetic field, but to no avail. I can't sense them. There are no sisters in the research institute. Combined with the warning signs he sensed outside the research institute and the sisters' disappearance, no matter how stupid Wu Yan was, he knew something was wrong. Just then Wu Yan stepped on something soft. Alarm bells went off in his head. Without hesitation, Wu Yan retreated from his spot. At the same time, a flash of light appeared at his previous spot, followed by a loud explosion followed by a violent gust of wind. The bomb? Could it be? A person's information and figure flashed through his mind. But soon, Wu Yan didn't have time to think about it. The alarm bells in his head didn't stop ringing. Wu Yan knew he wasn't out of danger yet. He quickly retreated. Suddenly, a pure white light beam shot out from the side of the wall and hit the spot where Wu Yan was standing. The appearance of this pure white light made Wu Yan even more certain of the identity of the attacker. Then, beams of light bombarded from the side of the wall, constantly forcing Wu Yan to retreat. Wu Yan kept jumping. In just a short while, the entire corridor was bombarded beyond recognition by the beams of light. Only ruins were left. At a certain moment, Wu Yan's body stopped abruptly. He couldn't retreat anymore because there was a wall behind him. A pure white light beam passed through the side of the wall and blasted towards Wu Yan with unstoppable force. At the critical moment, Wu Yan's whole body was covered in electricity. The pure white light beam was swept by the flashing electricity and suddenly exploded in advance, scattering into a flower of light. However, the pure white light beam was obviously much stronger than Wu Yan's level 4 electric shock user ability. Even if Wu Yan used a trick to offset it, the remaining power still shocked Wu Yan's body. When the remaining power was about to reach Wu Yan, a transparent dragon-shaped armor suddenly appeared on Wu Yan's body, protecting him in the middle. The pure white light beam's remaining power and the transparent dragon-shaped armor only made it tremble for a moment before both of them disappeared. At this time, Wu Yan also saw the attacker's face from the hole in the wall that was blasted by the pure white light beam. She had long, fluffy blonde hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, and a slender, petite figure of only about 1.5 meters. She wore a beret and a miniskirt. Her legs were wrapped in stockings, and she was holding a doll in her hands. Her black hair was cut to shoulder length, and she was wearing a pink tracksuit. One look and you can tell that she was weak. Her breasts were full and conspicuous. Her face was drowsy and she was expressionless. She had shoulder-length brown bob hair, and was as petite as the short girl with long blonde hair. Her two slender legs were casually exposed in the air, giving her a different kind of charm. It was a girl wearing a hoodie. The last one stood in front of the three girls. She had a tall and slender figure, and her chest was very imposing. She had a fluffy brown hair, and a ball of pure white light was spinning in her palm, as if she was ready to shoot it out at any time. For figures of different sizes and charms. Wu Yan thought to himself, as expected. Frenda? Sevelen, level 55, Takitsubo Riku, level 51, Kinuheda Sai, level 58, Mujino Shizuri, level 67, Academy Cities Black Ops, item. His heart sank. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even though he was relieved that they weren't Accelerator and Iwa. Wu Yan didn't feel relaxed at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wu Yan was confident that he could take any one of them down. Even if the four of them worked together, Wu Yan wouldn't be afraid of them. The reason why Wu Yan smiled bitterly was because the original stories group that was supposed to deal with Mikoto was now involved with him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't for his perfect memory ability that allowed him to confirm that this wasn't the research center where Mikoto and Item fought in the original story, Wu Yan would have thought that he was involved in the plot. Wu Yan wasn't surprised that Item would appear here. After all, the current situation was much more serious than the original story. In the original story, the sisters couldn't escape from Alistair's grasp no matter what. Even so, Item was mobilized, let alone now. Mikoto's DNA is gone, the sisters can't be replicated anymore. The remaining sisters are constantly disappearing. As the center of Alistair's artificial heaven realm plan, the fact that he didn't send Iwa's out is already very calm. Even though Item's appearance made Wu Yan wary, Mujino Shizuri's strength isn't much weaker than his. If it wasn't for his armament, he wouldn't dare to say that he could beat her. However, Wu Yan's attention was mostly on Takitsubo Riku. Her ability is to investigate AIM and spread her influence. If he were to appear in front of her in the future, he would have nowhere to hide in the entire Academy City. Chapter 154. Mujino Shizuri, Kinuheda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were standing opposite of Wu Yan. However, they did not notice Wu Yan's presence at all. They were confused. Takitsubo, didn't you say he was in this direction? Why don't I see him? Mujino Shizuri complained to Takitsubo Riku. If not for the fact that she knew the latter would not lie to her, she would have thought that she was toying with her. Takitsubo Riku struggled to raise her head. When she heard Mujino Shizuri scolding, she retracted her head. She pointed at Wu Yan's direction and whispered, "He is indeed there, oh?" Kinuheda Sai took a step forward and said, "Looks like he is a visual esper. He can hide himself in the shadows. No wonder the surveillance cameras couldn't detect him. What a sneaky person. In the end, he is still going to be taken care of." Frenda covered her mouth and giggled. She seemed to be happy to see someone in trouble. Mujino clicked her tongue. The beam in her hand glowed brightly and her lips curled into a dangerous arc. "He is just a rat. Why would he need to hire us? Those higher-ups really don't have such capabilities." After saying that, the beam in her hand shot out again and penetrated the direction Takitsubo Riku pointed at. Takitsubo Riku immediately pointed in another direction. At the same time, Mujino Shizuri shot out another beam. Takitsubo Riku pointed in another direction. Mujino Shizuri was extremely annoyed. "Damned rat. Don't try to hide from me. Come out." Mujino Shizuri shouted impatiently. She seemed to be flustered and exasperated. Frenda, who was fearful of Mujino Shizuri, hugged her head in fear. As for Wu Yan, he was cursing in his heart. He knew that Aunt Mujino had a bad temper, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. "If I can't hide, do I have to walk out and be slaughtered by you?" While he was feeling disdainful, Wu Yan looked at the messy walls and floor. His heart was heavy. Atomic collapse, Mujino Shizuri's ability. She was able to forcefully manipulate the ambiguous state of electrons between particles and waves, then shoot out a special electron line. Wu Yan still remembered that the correct classification of this ability should be called granular wave cannon. It was a type of electronic control ability. Speaking of which, this ability belonged to the same category as Mikoto and his own ability. However, Wu Yen knew that in terms of destructive power, Meltdown Atom was even more destructive than Mikoto's superpower. In the original work, Mujino Shizuri used her own ability to distort Mikoto's taser gun. However, due to the similarity of the two abilities, Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse could also be distorted by Mikoto's ability. However, just because it could be distorted by Mikoto's ability, it didn't mean that it could be distorted by his own ability. After all, even though his ability was the same as Mikoto's, it was still a whole level lower. When Mujino Shizuri used Meltdown Atom, the pure white beam of special electron line that she released with the force of a lightning strike blew away the metallic wall like paper. Just like that, the thick wall was melted by her. Even the cover that she was looking for was pierced through as well. This terrifying destructive power combined with her tiger-like personality created such a terrifying person. To a certain extent, Wu Yen would rather fight with Accelerator than face her. In the original work, after Mujino Shizuri used her body crystal, the beam of Meltdown Atom was released in all directions. It even covered the outline of her body. 360 degrees, without any gaps, no blind spots. This caused Wu Yen to shudder in disgust. At the same time, due to the loss of control of her ability, she was unable to aim accurately. Due to the severe damage caused by the body crystal, Mujino Shizuri quickly fell. However, if possible, Wu Yen really didn't want to take that step. What kind of woman was the most terrifying? Without a doubt, it was a woman like Mujino Shizuri. A woman who could go berserk at any time without caring about her own body. A woman who could perish together with her enemy. No wonder Frendo was so afraid of her. Strength was one of the reasons, her personality was another. If possible, Wu Yen wanted to turn around and leave right now. However, with the powerless Takitsubo Riku around, how could he leave? It's a pity that one day he actually felt that Mikoto's ability was a hindrance. Of course, if that's all, Wu Yen has a way to escape. However, the next notification dispelled Wu Yan's thoughts of running away. Beep. Special event detected, sudden mission issued. Sudden mission, defeat. Mission, defeat Academy City Black Ops item, Mujino Shizuri, Frenda Seville Takitsubo Riku and Kinuhata Sayai. Mission reward, Electromancer, LV4, leveled up to Electromancer, LVL5, sudden mission. This is really sudden, Wu Yen bitterly smiled. However, he also dispelled the thought of running away. One must know, the LVL5, Electromancer, ability requires a total of 300,000 ability points in the system. Wu Yan's entire wealth of ability points doesn't even reach that amount. Therefore, if he could level up his ability, it would definitely be a huge boost to his strength. At that time, with the LVL5 ability and his LVL65 Kendo Mastery, even if he can't fight a Tier 8, he's still not someone a Tier 7 can compare to. In the end, I still have to fight. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yen made up his mind and put on his hoodie to cover the area above his nose. At least this way, no one will recognize him. Takitsubo, you're not dead yet? Mujino Shizuri's face was already filled with anger. Her beautiful face was tainted by anger to the point that it ruined her image. Before Takitsubo could say anything, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards item. The other three girls were shocked, but Mujino Shizuri was not shocked. Instead, she was overjoyed. She used an atomic meltdown to disperse the bolt of lightning. Then, without slowing down, she shot towards the direction of the bolt of lightning. Facing Mujino Shizuri's meltdowner, Wu Yen didn't dare to fight it out with his physical body. The electricity around him surged and the crackling sound of electricity formed a net of electricity in the air, enveloping the meltdowner within it and extinguishing it with brute force. Amidst the shattered ruins, a black silhouette slowly walked out from the smoke and dust, stopping in front of the four members of item. Pulling down his hoodie with all his might, the four members of item could only see his mouth. The result is finally out. Frenda touched the doll in her hand. It looked very cute, but Wu Yen didn't think so. The doll in the arms of this explosive girl was a powerful bomb. Hiding the head but showing the tail, super straightforward. Kinuhita-sai pouted, but soon she was puzzled. Hey, that lightning bolt just now, was it you who used it? Isn't your ability super invisibility? Little girl, what do you know? A deep and slightly aged voice came from under Wu Yan's hoodie. It was a voice he changed using electromagnetic stimulation. A man with a secret is the most attractive. Who are you calling a super little girl? Kinuhita-sai shouted angrily. Her words made Wu Yan embarrassed. I didn't say you're a super little girl, you admitted it yourself. I only called you a little girl. Kinuhita-sai turned her head away in disdain. A perfect super female like me is not something a super shameful person like you can understand. Wu Yan was even more disdainful. With a body like yours, if you're a perfect super female, then there wouldn't be any women with flaws in this world. What did you say? Kinuhita-sai clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. If you have anything to say it when you're in the other world. Mujino Shizuri impatiently cut off Kinuhita-sai's next words. However, Wu Yan's next words made her face completely contort. How much better do you think you are, auntie? Chapter 155. Following Wu Yan's words, the atmosphere in the room froze. You super shameful bastard, you're super dead. Kinuhita-sai regained her calm demeanor, but Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, who are familiar with her, could hear the schadenfreude in her words. In the end, it was that bastard who sought his own death. I was thinking if I could do it myself, maybe I could get a little more bounty. Frenda said while shaking her head. Of course, it's very cute. Very well, you've angered me. Mujino Shizuri's face darkened as she laughed. Her twisted expression made the other three item girls take a step back in fear. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Even though Item couldn't see his action due to the hoodie, the four girls could hear the mockery in his words. You menopausal auntie, if you're not angry 365 days a year, please tell me. As soon as his words fell, pure white orbs suddenly appeared around Mujino Shizuri, who was lowering her head. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen of them, each of them so white that they were glowing. You rat, you're dead meat today. Mujino Shizuri waved her hand and the light orbs transformed into cannons. Beams of Meltdowner Atom shot out with lightning speed towards Wu Yan. With a sidestep, Wu Yan immediately retreated and stopped abruptly, dodging all the Meltdowner Atom. Don't be fooled by how easily he extinguished the Meltdowner Atom with his electric net. That was only because there was only one beam of Meltdowner Atom. Against that one beam, Wu Yan had already activated his Esper abilities. What more this many Meltdowner Atom? One must admit that an angered Mujino Shizuri is truly terrifying. The Meltdowner Atom orbs floating around her turned into terrifying mobile cannons. Beams of Meltdowner Atom shot out from them continuously. For a moment, Wu Yan was actually a little flustered. What Wu Yan didn't know was that his actions had already shocked Item. In the end, he's so fast. Seeing Wu Yan's smooth dodging, Frenda was a little stunned. Movement acceleration? Or super body enhancement? Kinuhita-sai was also a little stunned. He could even use super invisibility and super lightning. Just how many super abilities does he have? Multi-ability user. Impossible, multi-ability users don't exist. What is your ability? Although she asked that question, the Meltdowner Atom didn't stop her bombardment. Mujino Shizuri didn't even move and countless beams were already shooting. Wu Yan remained silent as he calmly dodged the Meltdowner Atom orbs, ignoring Mujino Shizuri's threat. As long as he's as long as as long as he didn't die, he was bound, she would, her target. Rather than that, he might as well scold her and fight her to his heart's content. That's what he thought, but in this battle, Wu Yan's hands and feet are bound. He can't use the Nyeten no Morishana. If he uses it in the future, it'll be bad if he's recognized. And since he can't use the Nyeten no Morishana, Wu Yan's battle power will be reduced by half. After all, other than his super ability, all his strength lies in his sword, just casually exchange for one from the system? Forget it, as long as it's not AC-grade equipment, it won't be able to block the Meltdowner atom orbs. As for exchanging for AC-grade equipment, Wu Yan's teeth hurt. However, with his LV-65 body and LV-4 Electromancer ability, it's not like he can't win this fight. You're hiding again. Go to hell. Mujino Shizuri was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her originally beautiful face became so twisted that it disgusted Wu Yan. But if he keeps dodging like this, he won't be able to win. Clenching his hands, countless iron sand particles floated into Wu Yan's hands and formed into an iron sand sword. The iron sand sword buzzed. No one would think that it would be fine to be hit by it. Super scary. Kinuhata Sai shrunk her head and looked at the iron sand sword in Wu Yan's hands with fear. She felt that if her nitrogen armor were to be hit by this sword, it would definitely shatter into pieces. In the end, he used an electronic ability. Could it be that the invisibility and dodging just now were all done by manipulating electrons? Using electricity to stimulate the body to dodge at high speed, that seems to be the case. Frenda felt that she had found the truth of her opponent's ability. She squinted her eyes in excitement but was quickly doused by a weak voice. What about invisibility? Lowering her head into her large bosom, Takitsubu Riku raised her hand and whispered. Frenda's smile froze. The result must be. Maybe he used some high-tech item. Frenda turned her head away unnaturally. What she didn't know was that what she said was very close to the truth. It doesn't matter if it's invisibility, electricity, or body strengthening, we can just throw his corpse to those disgusting researchers to find out the answer. Mujino Shizuri snickered sinisterly, causing Wu Yan to curse her for her viciousness. Frenda laughed dryly and nodded. In the end, even if he's a multi-ability user, he's still only LV4. He's no match for Mujino, Wu Yan snorted. Having a high-level ability doesn't necessarily mean one is strong. Mujino Shizuri's ability may be sharp, but its weakness is also very obvious. Just like that, the Mo creatures have already determined his strength. Oh well, let's give them a shock. Stabilizing his feet, Wu Yan turned around and charged towards Mujino Shizuri. No longer dodging, he raised his iron sand sword and charged towards Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri was stunned for a moment before laughing. You're courting death. As her body moved, the light orb around her vibrated as well. Meltdowner shot out again and sealed off Wu Yan's vision. It covered a 2-meter radius in front of him. Facing the incoming Meltdowner, Wu Yan ignored it and continued charging forward. Seeing this, Mujino Shizuri revealed a victorious smile. However, it quickly froze on her face. Wu Yan, who was about to collide with the Meltdowner, made a move that no one expected. His body twisted in the air, moving from the front to the side. As he stepped forward, the electricity on his body surged and he took the initiative to collide with one of the Meltdowners. The Meltdowner collided with the electricity. After a crisp explosion, the electricity disappeared. The light beam also disappeared. What? Item's 4-man team was stunned. After canceling out the Meltdowner, a gap appeared in front of Wu Yan where the Meltdowner covered. And this gap just happened to allow Wu Yan to pass through. The Meltdowner brushed past his body by less than a centimeter and shot backwards. Wu Yan smirked and turned around again to face the 4 members of Item. With a wave of his hand, an electric gun flashed out. Not good. Mujino Shizuri could not help but be shocked. She quickly took 2 steps back and shouted, Kinuhata! Super received. Kinuhata Sai took a step forward and moved to the front of Item. With a raise of her small arm, the electric gun struck her and disappeared. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that the flow of air around Kinuhata Sai's body had changed. A thin air wall had enveloped her small body. Nitrogen armor. Kinuhata Sai's ability. It was practically the strongest defensive ability below LVL5, nitrogen armor. If it was Wu Yan's high-speed vibrating iron sand sword, it might have been cut in half. But, against a spear that doesn't have high attack power and focuses more on speed, it's more than enough to defend against it. However, a figure appeared beside Mujino Shizuri. In his hand was the iron sand sword that was vibrating at high speed. Chapter 156. The might of Meltdown Atom was undeniable. At the very least, other than Accelerator, who could even stop the Earth's rotation, and Kakin Taidaku, who could set the laws of physics, it was probably the most destructive ability among all LV5 abilities. However, it had a very big weakness. The power of this ability was too strong, causing Mujino Shizuri's Meltdown Atom to become very unstable. It required a lot of fine-tuning and careful setting before it could be fully utilized. This also caused Mujino Shizuri to have to make adjustments every time she used the ability. As a result, there was a gap between the condensation and firing. In addition, aiming required a lot of time. In other words, she was not good at surprise attacks. If it was a surprise attack from the dark, she would not be able to react in time. Therefore, a surprise attack was the best way to deal with Mujino Shizuri. With a stern gaze, the iron sand sword was swung down viciously. The wung-wung sound of vibration caused all the hair on Mujino Shizuri's body to stand up. Seeing the iron sand sword swinging down, her pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole. Ha! Just as the iron sand sword was about to cut through Mujino Shizuri, a tender voice rang out. For missiles like small rockets suddenly shot out from the side towards Wu Yan. His body paused. Looking at Mujino Shizuri, who was just inches away from him, Wu Yan helplessly retracted his hand and retreated backwards, dodging the 4 small rockets. After dodging the small rockets, they accelerated and exploded. The shock wave from the explosion was so large that it did not match the size of the small rockets. Wu Yan's body was blown to the side. In a hurry, he was unable to regain his balance. Wu Yan's pupils shrank as he lost control of his body. In front of him, a petite figure raised a small fist and mercilessly punched towards Wu Yan's stomach. Kinuhita Sai. Beep beep beep. Wu Yan controlled the electric current to envelop his entire body. Wu Yan knew that if he relied solely on electric current, Kinuhita Sai's nitrogen armor defense could be completely ignored. Being hit by her nitrogen armor was no laughing matter. With a single thought, the electric current was rapidly amplified and spread out by Wu Yan. The electric current struck Kinuhita Sai's body and sent her flying backward. Kinuhita Sai, who was sent flying backwards, smiled and controlled her nitrogen armor to crash to the side. A few small rockets similar to the ones before appeared behind her and shot towards Wu Yan, whose expression changed slightly. Only now did Wu Yan understand why the 4 members of Item formed a party. Kinuhita Sai's armor defense, Frenda's bomb ambush, Takitsubu Riku's location detection, and Mujino Shizuri's beam attack. WTF, DPS, crowd control, and a map were all prepared. They could even enter a dungeon. Supporting himself with one hand, Wu Yan finally managed to regain control of his body before the mini-rocket hit him. Exerting force with his hand, Wu Yan flipped upside down in the air. His body spun like a top as he rapidly flew backward. Stabilizing his body, he turned his body around just in time for the mini-rocket to arrive. Clenching his fists, 2 iron sand swords were formed. Wu Yan quickly waved them a few times and cut the mini-rocket into pieces. Next, he spread out the electric current and controlled all the pieces and shot them towards Item like hidden weapons. Perhaps they were shocked by Wu Yan's series of elegant and graceful movements. Item stared at Wu Yan with eyes wide open. Only when the fragments were shot at them did they react. Kinuhita Sai quickly activated her nitrogen armor to block all the fragments. After blocking the fragments, Frenda, who was behind her, spoke in a daze, causing Wu Yan to almost lose his footing and fall to the ground. So you're not a rat but a circus performer? Speechless, he glanced at a certain cute creature who is still acting cute in the middle of a fight. Wu Yan raised his electric field and countless electric currents lashed out like whips at Item at an incredible speed. Just as Kinuhita Sai was about to receive all the electric currents, a few beams of light shot out from behind her and dispersed all the electric currents. Not a single one was left. Kinuhita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku's body trembled violently. Mujino Shizuri slowly walked forward from behind them and stopped in front of them. She lowered her head and no one could see her expression. Super scary. Kinuhata Sayai's movement froze. Looking at Mujino Shizuri's back, she couldn't help but blurt out this sentence. In the end, Mujino seems to be angry. That guy is in trouble now. Frenda's eyes were already filled with tears. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. One could imagine how much fear Mujino Shizuri brought to her at this moment. Looking up, Mujino Shizuri's expression was completely dark. Her eyes were even showing signs of redness and her face was contorted in a twisted manner. Just now, I almost thought I was going to die. Mujino Shizuri emotionlessly said this sentence, causing the atmosphere to turn cold. From the moment Wu Yen blocked the meltdowns of atoms, dodged the meltdowns of atoms, slashed at Mujino Shizuri, to Frenda's rescue, Kinuhata Sayai's attack, and Wu Yan's series of actions, only half a minute had passed. Half a minute ago, Mujino Shizuri had sunk into the fear of death. Half a minute later, she finally regained her senses and became hysterical. You're actually making me feel fear. You're just a mere LV4. You actually made me feel fear. Rat, a sharp scream rang in everyone's ears. Mujino Shizuri frantically took out a strange-looking chip from her body. It was this chip that caused Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku to be shocked. Spread out to support the semiconductors. Frenda immediately shouted after the three exclamations. Run! Hearing this, Kinuhata Sayai turned around and ran without hesitation. Frenda immediately followed behind her with a 10-meter pace. Even Takitsubo Riku seemed to have regained all the strength she had lost in the first half of her life as she ran after them. Wu Yan's heart sank when he saw this so-called diffusion support semiconductor. However, he didn't run away like Kinuhata Sayai and the others. Instead, he took a deep breath and stared at the crazed Mujino Shizuri. Die, rat! Mujino Shizuri sneered and threw the diffusion support semiconductor up into the air. His line of sight followed the diffusion support semiconductor up into the air. When it reached midair, an atomic collapse shot out from Mujino Shizuri's palm towards the diffusion support semiconductor and viciously struck it. Following the explosion of the diffusion support semiconductor, the semiconductor exploded into countless fragments. When the atomic collapse beam came into contact with the fragments, it instantly transformed into countless beams of the same number. The beams enveloped the entire area in a radius of 20 meters and rained down on Wu Yen. It was indeed an AoE attack. With a quick step, Wu Yen dodged the incoming atomic collapse. The atomic collapse bombarded the ground, leaving behind a crater. More atomic collapse shot towards him. Step by step, Wu Yen dodged them with incredible speed. Explosions, explosions, continuous explosions. Dodging, dodging, continuous dodging. Bombardment, bombardment, continuous bombardment. Wu Yen was like a willow in the wind, swaying repeatedly under the barrage of atomic collapse beams. Although he appeared weak, he was actually indestructible. Under Wu Yan's movements, the raindrop-like beams of light were like a shot put, while Wu Yen was like a piece of paper. When the shot put approached him, it was blown away by the whistling sound of the wind, allowing him to evade one attack after another. The storm came and went quickly. Soon, under the support of the diffusion support semiconductor, the barrage of atomic collapse finally stopped, leaving behind a crater on the ground. Wu Yen was unscathed. How is this possible? Mujino Shizuri shouted in a daze. Chapter 157. Standing in the middle of the cratered ground, Wu Yen looked at Mujino Shizuri, who was still in a daze. His tensed-up heart relaxed a little as an undetectable tiredness flashed across his eyes. Although Wu Yen dodged the AoE attack with ease, only Wu Yen himself knows how difficult it was for him to do so. If he let his guard down a little, even the slightest graze would cause that part of his body to disappear completely. At this moment, Wu Yan finally understood why Mikoto was in such a sorry state when facing the AoE attack in the original work. She was really lucky to not be hit, but from Mujino Shizuri's point of view, that wasn't the case at all. Wu Yan was standing in the middle of the field without a single scratch on his body. His posture was so upright that it made Mujino Shizuri's heart burn with rage. Her sure kill attack was actually dodged by the opponent as if he was juggling. Mujino Shizuri was filled with hatred. No way! Frenda looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. She was also shocked by his unharmed posture. In the end, not even a single hit. That guy, he's really sick. He's only LV4, how can he be so strong? Kinuhata Sai lowered the hood on her head and widened her eyes, trying to figure out if it was just an illusion ability. He's only LV4. Mujino Shizuri bit her lips. She took out a few diffusion support semiconductors and tossed them into the air. She then used the momentum to unleash the AoE attack. Stop looking down on me. Again. Like a swarm of locusts, the concentrated laser beams shrouded Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. He quickly waved his hand and a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground like a fountain. It formed a black iron sand wall above Wu Yan. The pure white laser beams collided with the black iron wall. The black iron wall didn't even last a second before it was turned into a beehive. The power of the AoE attack didn't decrease at all as it continued on towards Wu Yan. But for Wu Yan, less than a second was more than enough. With a flash, Wu Yan appeared behind Mujino Shizuri. He reached out a finger and pressed it against her back. Feeling something pressing against her back, Mujino Shizuri's body stiffened. Her face gradually turned pale. She could already foresee what she was about to face. Smiling, a voice that only Mujino Shizuri's ears could hear rang out. Mujino Shizuri's mood. It's over. Ah! The frenzied electric current slammed into Mujino Shizuri's slender body that wasn't considered robust. The intense pain from the electric current caused Mujino Shizuri to involuntarily scream out in agony. In just a short moment, a portion of her skin had turned black. When Wu Yan retracted his electric finger, Mujino Shizuri's eyes had already turned white. Under the incredulous gazes of the other three members of Item, she slowly fell to the ground. Academy City's LV5 number 4, Aoi, Mujino Shizuri, defeated. Kinohata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned as they watched the invincible Mujino Shizuri fall to the ground. They couldn't react for a long time. Only the sound of Mujino Shizuri falling to the ground was clear. Mai Yi was defeated. Frenda muttered. She even forgot to add the word, result. One can only imagine how big of an impact it had on her. Even Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but gulp. She said in disbelief. That guy can't be a super LV5, right? Takitsubu Riku shook her head. That invader's AIM field isn't as strong as a LV5, he's only a LV4. Can a LV4 be super strong to that extent? Hearing this, the other girls went silent. I say, did you guys forget that the battle isn't over yet? The voice was so close that the three girls who couldn't let down their guard in battle finally realized that the enemy hasn't fallen yet. When they looked up, they saw the enemy's figure in front of them. Looking at the three girls in front of him, Wu Yan smiled brightly at them with his only exposed mouth. Using a kind tone, he said, "Are you guys going to surrender? Or should I just tie you up?" Before the three girls could answer, Wu Yan's face darkened. Of course, when that time comes, what awaits you won't be a rope but a tortoiseshell. A second after the words were spoken, the three girls immediately squatted down and raised their hands, making a gesture of surrender. It was very straightforward. Ding. Sudden mission completed. Ability Electrocutor, LV4, leveled up. Leveled up to Electrocutor, LV5. The system notification rang out and Wu Yan's head swelled. Following that, Wu Yan could feel countless calculations flashing through his mind. Electricity suddenly surged around his body. Large amounts of electricity flowed wildly around Wu Yan's body. The speed was getting faster and faster. The sound was getting louder and louder. The electricity was getting stronger and stronger. Kaneda Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda were shocked by the intense electricity. Looking at Wu Yen, who was like a generator, the three girls thought that Wu Yen was going to kill them. Thus, they started trembling. The calculations were slowly engraved into the depths of Wu Yan's mind. At the same time, Wu Yen felt that his calculation ability was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, it had doubled. Moreover, it was still rapidly getting stronger. Following a light ring in his mind, the increase in his calculation ability finally stopped. Wu Yen also felt a cooling sensation flowing through his mind. His mind became much clearer. Ding! Obtained Electrocutor, LV5. Slowly opening his eyes, Wu Yan's body swayed and all the electricity in his body was retracted into Wu Yan's body. Once again, he returned to his tranquil state. Feeling the powerful calculation ability, the powerful electricity, and the many complicated calculations, Wu Yen smiled with satisfaction. He did not expect that the leveling up of his ability would be accompanied by calculations. One must know that when Mikoto leveled up to LV5, the calculations, other than the railgun that she developed herself, were all created by the research institute that was responsible for developing her ability. Well, maybe it was a gift from the system, or maybe it was because his previous ability was obtained from Mikoto's body through ability acquisition. Or maybe it was because Mikoto's life was fused with his. Wu Yen did not know what was going on, but it was a good thing. Coming out from the joy of leveling up his ability, Wu Yen looked at Kaneda Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riki, who were trembling inexplicably. How should he deal with them? Kill them? He could not bear to kill these cute creatures. They were not bad people. In fact, they were not bad. Let them go? He could not bear to let them go just like that. Eat them? Eat them? Why would he think of eating them? But I'm so evil. After thinking about it, Wu Yen decided to let them go. Otherwise, he would have a headache. His gaze landed on the three girls. The three girls were shocked. The strange electricity phenomenon made them think that Wu Yen was going to kill them. Therefore, the most timid Frenda immediately shouted at Wu Yen. Wait, you can't touch us. Our reinforcements are about to arrive. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Wu Yen was stunned. Reinforcements? Reinforcements. Thinking of this, Wu Yen immediately frowned. Reinforcements? Which Black Ops? What Black Ops? She's items. You are item. Wu Yen was shocked. Could it be that the original work has changed? Item did not have 4 people, but 5. Chapter 158. The 3 women from Item had no idea how much shock their words had brought to Wu Yen. In other words, Item wasn't like the original work where there were only 4 people, but 5. Had the original work changed? Wu Yan's heart sank. He didn't really care much about the original plot. It's fine if it's changed. But, if possible, he still doesn't want the plot to change. Compared to the unknown, Wu Yen would rather have things under his control. However, Frenda doesn't look like she's lying. Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku didn't look surprised as well. There's a 90% chance that this is true. Why did Item have 5 people instead of 4? At this moment, this was the biggest question in Wu Yan's mind. System, is the plot of this dungeon world different from the original work? Wu Yen didn't stupidly ask this question in front of Kinohita Sai and the others. Instead, he asked this question in his mind. He had already tested it. As long as he called out to the system, regardless of whether he said it out loud or in his mind, the system would respond. User, there is only one forbidden magic dungeon world. Before the user enters the dungeon world, the plot will not change. The user can rest assured. Hearing this, Wu Yen didn't feel reassured. You mean, after I entered the dungeon world, the plot changed? Wu Yen bitterly laughed when he said that. Isn't he just spouting nonsense? In a world where he didn't exist, the addition of another person like him would naturally change things. When the user does something that affects the original plot will naturally change. Sure enough, the butterfly effect, however, this also allowed Wu Yen to relax. At least he knew that the reason why there was an additional person in item was because of his arrival. However, he didn't seem to have done anything that affected item, right? System, is the addition of one more person to item also because of me? User, you must know that Buddha has said that you cannot speak of it, damn you. This sentence, Wu Yan didn't say it in his heart. Instead, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Naturally, Kinuada Sai and the other two girls were also shocked. Hey, even if we are your super captives, you can't super curse us. Kinuada Sai said unhappily. Of course, they didn't know that Wu Yan was talking to the system. They thought that he was scolding them. Wu Yan laughed dryly and changed the topic. Who is the fifth person of item? Hearing this, the three women fell silent. This was to be expected. They were still counting on their companions to save them. At this time, of course, they couldn't betray the information of their companions. Seeing that the three women were silent, how could Wu Yan not know what they were thinking? He could only turn his head helplessly. Originally, he didn't intend to touch the three of them. Who knew that they would bring such unexpected news? I would like to see who this fifth person of item is. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but murmur. The three women looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Wu Yan smiled and said to them, "Looks like you three are quite confident in your companions. Are you so sure that she can save you?" Hearing this, Kinuada Sai couldn't help but puff out her small chest and said confidently, "Of course, that newbie is the strongest among us except for Mujino." Wu Yan looked at her with a smile and pouted his lips in the direction of Mujino Shizuri. "But the strongest among you is already down. What can the second strongest do?" Kinuada Sai was stunned. Only then did she remember that the other party was someone who defeated Mujino. If the strongest is down, what can the second strongest do? At that moment, she lowered her head dejectedly. The other two women did the same. At this moment, Wu Yan was relieved. Kinuada Sai had unintentionally revealed that the other party is weaker than Mujino Shizuri. Even if he was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this fifth person of item, at least the other party isn't someone he can't handle. Knowing this is enough. On the other side, Frenda couldn't help but grumble. In the end, we still couldn't escape. It's all that damned newbie's fault. If she wasn't late and absent, maybe the few of us could have worked together to fight that guy. Kinuada Sai and Takitsubo Riku nodded in agreement with a face full of anger. Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he helplessly facepalmed. No wonder Auntie Mujino was so angry the moment she arrived. It's because her subordinate was late. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart suddenly throbbed, causing Wu Yan to be stunned. This throbbing, so familiar, so warm, it's like the person closest to him is approaching. It can't be a thought flashed through his mind. It's this thought that caused Wu Yan's expression to turn weird. It's the extremely weird kind. A series of footsteps could be heard coming from the side of the passage. The three girls, including Wu Yan and Ko, all heard the footsteps. Kinuada Sai and the other two already had a joyous expression on their faces while Wu Yan's expression was weird. Anticipation? Pink shoulder-length hair casually placed on her shoulders, two long ponytails reaching her legs, a tall and sexy figure, indigo-colored pupils and a delicate face. This face appeared in front of everyone just like that. Wu Yan laughed. He laughed in a very happy manner as if he found something funny. The three girls started laughing as well, but their expressions quickly turned serious again. "Newbie, be careful. This guy defeated the captain." Frenda yelled at the newcomer. She had placed her hopes of salvation on this newcomer. The newcomer completely ignored Frenda, Kinuada Sai, and Takitsubo Riku's warning. She stared blankly at Wu Yan and walked over step by step. "What are you doing? Don't come over. Do you want to be caught? Think of a way to save us." In the end, not only did the newbie ignore her, even Wu Yan didn't have any intention of catching her. He looked at the approaching beauty with amusement, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was just thinking about how he couldn't have influenced the Dark Ops, so how did he add one more member to the team? Now the answer is clear, it's all because of his influence. Even though Wu Yan only revealed his mouth, she recognized Wu Yan's identity with a single glance. Her pitiful eyes shone with an extremely moving expression, expressing her master's joy. Master? Frenda was stunned, Takitsubo Riku was stunned, and Kinoda Sai was stunned. Master? 3 shouts of surprise rang out. The newcomer is Ikaros. Wu Yen smiled and reached out to rub Ikaros' head. His gentle voice had a hint of teasing. Did you miss me? Nodding her head, Ikaros' indigo eyes stared at Wu Yan's face that only had his mouth left. Her pair of eyes could speak, revealing her yearning, longing, and yearning through the hood. Wu Yan felt like he could see the expression in Ikaros' eyes. His heartbeat quickened and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Reaching out, pulling the person in front of him into his embrace. Master! Ikaros was stunned. Her eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness. Her cheeks actually blushed for the first time ever. Wu Yen, who was smelling Ikaros' fragrance, obviously couldn't see her blushing face. Otherwise, he would have been petrified and howled like a wolf. Usually, when would Ikaros show any expression on her face? Not to mention blushing. Caressing Ikaros' hair, he closed his eyes and said something to the 3 girls in item who looked like they just saw a ghost. I missed you too. Chapter 159. Amidst the dilapidated ground, the dilapidated research facility, and the ruined scene, Wu Yen and Ikaros are in a different world. The atmosphere is warm and cozy. It's like they're in a different world. Little did they know, Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were completely stunned. What the hell is going on? The 3 of them, including the powerless Takitsubo Riku, couldn't accept what was happening. They were screaming in their hearts. Everything that happened in front of them was enough to make a movie. Looking at Wu Yen and Ikaros, who are stuck in their own world, the 3 girls couldn't say a word. They forgot to resist, they forgot to run, they forgot about their own situation. They just stood there petrified. Wu Yen closed his eyes, enjoying Ikaros' soft body. He was exhilarated. One must know, Ikaros' breasts are not ordinary. Now, 2 sacred mountains are pressing against his chest. How can this be described with the word exhilarating? Ikaros, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Wu Yan's I miss you too made Ikaros completely confused. She touched her chest and mumbled. Energy furnace, so hot, so strange, so warm. After taking in 2 deep breaths of Ikaros' fragrance, Wu Yen finally let go of Ikaros. He held her hand and said, Remember to tell me the details when we get back. Her limpid eyes looked at Wu Yen. Ikaros immediately lowered her head and clutched her chest. Suppressing the heat in her heart, she said softly, Yes, master. Nodding, Wu Yen looked at Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku, who were still in a daze. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. The 3 of you, your backup is here, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of saving you. Hey, you guys are super joking, right? Kinohara Sai was going crazy. Do you guys think we're filming a soap opera? Fighting with the enemy for half a day and then finding out they're on our side or something? Wu Yen shook his head with a laugh. We're on the same side but not with you guys. Are you trying to betray us? Newbie. Frenda pointed at Ikaros and shouted. If you dare to do that, Mujino won't let you go. Ikaros didn't even look at her. She kept her gaze on Wu Yen. Wu Yen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Patting Frenda's head, Wu Yen said with a grin. Even if there are 10 more of your Mujinos, they won't be able to touch a hair on the newbie you guys are looking at. Don't worry. Frenda turned her head away in dissatisfaction, her heart filled with disdain. Looks like she's treating Wu Yan's words like passing wind. That's right, she's already so shocked by Wu Yen, who defeated Mujino Shizuri. If a newbie in their eyes is that strong, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. Wu Yen didn't bother to explain. Although he didn't know why Ikaros would be ranked 2nd in item with her strength, he guessed that she must be hiding her strength on purpose. Otherwise, how could she be ranked 2nd when there are barely any tier 8 that could match up to her? This time, we're super dead for sure. Kinohara Sai lowered her head and said dejectedly. Their only hope of saving them turned out to be their enemy's comrade. There's nothing sadder than this, Wu Yan sighed and shrugged. Little brat, don't think about dying so easily. Before Wu Yan could finish, Kinoda Sai agitatedly interrupted him again. You're the super little brat. Your whole family are super little brats. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, looking at Kinoda Sai who's glaring at him. This bro is a real man, not a little brat like you. How am I super little brat? I'm super mature, okay? Kinoda Sai yelled without knowing what's good for her. Looks like the word little brat is a big blow to her. Wu Yan squinted his eyes and put his face in front of Kinoda Sai's and said without hesitation. You look like a little brat from head to toe, you super little brat. Kinoda Sai's face immediately turned red. Looking at Wu Yan's face that's covered by his hood, she wanted to punch him, but since she's under his control, she could only stand there and cultivate her murderous gaze. In the end, Kinoda Sai could only raise her head and yell at Wu Yan. I'm super not a little brat. You super uncle. Uncle. Pa. Wu Yan immediately bent forward, his whole body turned gray. He gritted his teeth and looked at the proud Kinoda Sai. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Kinoda Sai was shocked. What are you super doing? Wu Yan laughed dryly, his face twitched. I can forgive you for hiding in the research facility and attacking me. I can forgive you for using my people to threaten me. But you actually dared to call me an uncle. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why flowers are so red. What do you want to super do to me? A bad premonition arose in Kinoda Sai's heart. Even Wu Yan's words of good youth overshadowed it. There's a reason why Kinoda Sai called him that. Wu Yan's voice has been changed by his superpower. It's very steady and has a hint of vicissitudes. It's the voice of an uncle. Of course, it's impossible for Wu Yan to admit that it's his fault. What do I want to do? Wu Yan laughed coldly. Didn't you call me uncle? Don't you know that uncle is the type who loves Lolis like you the most? The moment he said that, Kinoda Sai already knew what Wu Yan was going to do. She quickly activated her superpower and threw a punch at Wu Yan. You super pervert! Faced with Kinoda Sai's nitrogen armor, fist, Wu Yan ignored it and quickly took out a bag and blew it at Kinoda Sai's face. The powder landed on Kinoda Sai's face and was sucked into her body. Her hands trembled and her legs went soft. All the strength in her body was drained away the moment the powder entered her body. Kinoda Sai could no longer maintain her superpower and fell into Wu Yan's arms. What's super going on? Kinoda Sai's face turned pale. You super pervert, what did you super do to me? We also. Frenda and Takitsubo Riki were also hit by the powder and fell to the ground, moaning weakly. Wu Yan kept the bag. He was very happy. Luckily, he still had the item that he used to defeat Chuju and Mikoto. At this moment, Wu Yan even thought that he should keep a copy of it with him in the future. It'll be useful in times of need. You super pervert. Super pervert. Uncle Super. Super let go of me. Although Kinoda Sai didn't know what kind of drug was used, she was familiar with all kinds of B-rated movies. She could already imagine what was going to happen next. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will save you. Wu Yan said the melodramatic speech of a villain before committing a crime. He smiled proudly and turned Kinoda Sai's back to him. What do you want to super do? Kinoda Sai's face turned pale. At this moment, she was already imagining all kinds of beep, 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 beep in her mind. What do I want to do? Isn't it obvious? You're super serious. Kinoda Sai was already regretting. She regretted provoking this pervert. Wu Yan snorted and said, Of course it's real. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but I will definitely punish you. Punishment. Kinoda Sai swallowed her saliva. She did heave a sigh of relief when Wu Yan said he wouldn't do anything to her. However, more than that, she felt uneasy as she asked timidly. What punishment? Wu Yan chuckled, but the words he said made Kinoda Sai uneasy. Chapter 160. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinoda Sai's cute little face turned green and white. In the end, her whole face turned bright red, her mouth opened and closed but no words came out. Wu Yan looked at her with a smile and placed his hand on her stomach. Through her clothes, he slowly caressed her, letting her feel the friction. He even blew a breath beside her ear. "Tell me, where should I start?" "No." Super no. Kinuta Sai panicked. She wanted to shake her head but she didn't have the strength to do so. With her back facing Wu Yan, she couldn't see Wu Yan's expression so she could only squint her eyes and say. Wu Yan smiled. "Since you don't want to say it, then let me decide." After saying that, a large hand started moving up Kinuta Sai's clothes. Feeling Wu Yan's action, Kinuta Sai's little heart started beating so fast that she forgot to react. No matter how far the distance is, as long as one knows how to walk, one day one will reach it. What's more, the distance between Kinuta Sai's stomach and chest is so small. Thus, under Kinuta Sai's trembling welcome, Wu Yan grabbed her soft little breast and started caressing it. "Yuwa." Kinuta Sai's face turned bright red. She has never been touched by anyone before, even a part of her body that she rarely touches is being controlled by someone else. Kinuta Sai's brain short-circuited. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku who were beside her buried their faces in the ground in shock. Their faces also turned fiery red. For them, the scene in front of them is too exciting of course, they are still a little curious. It can be seen from their small eyes that are fixated on Wu Yan and Kinuta Sai. At this moment, Wu Yan's other hand was already on Kinuta Sai's seductive thighs and started caressing them. As for the hand that was caressing her small breasts, it was slowly increasing in intensity, causing Kinuta Sai to moan softly. While caressing, Wu Yan sighed. "You still dare to say that you're not a little girl? Look at your size, Sai. Ha! I'm not happy with you and don't touch me, huff huff." Kinuta Sai seems to be very resistant to the term little brat. Even though Wu Yan has taken control of one of her territories, she still blushed and panted to express her dissatisfaction. "Well, although I'm not satisfied with your size, I don't know if it's other aspects." Hearing this, Kinuta Sai's slightly dazed eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. But soon, she no longer has the energy to think about it. Wu Yan let go of his hand on her breasts and placed it back on Kinuta Sai's stomach. Then, under Kinuta Sai's astonished gaze, he lifted her clothes and reached inside. "Super no." "Wu." A strange moan escaped from Kinuta Sai's mouth after the word "super no," followed by a series of continuous moans. Both of his hands reached into Kinuta Sai's bosom. He opened his palms and started massaging her breasts. Kinuta Sai's breasts may be a bit small, but they're really nice to touch, soft and smooth. "Wu, you super pervert." Kinuta Sai could feel the heat from Wu Yan's hands. It went straight to her heart, causing her heart to tremble as she fell into an indescribable feeling. The moans that came out of her mouth made her face and ears turn red. She couldn't believe that she was the one who made such a sound. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, looking at the small body moving up and down along with his big hands. He whispered into Kinuta Sai's ear, "Oh? You don't like this feeling? Who would like it so much?" "Wu, although it's super comfortable." Kinuta Sai closed her eyes, because at this moment, she found it difficult to speak. "If you don't like it, then..." Pulling out one hand, Wu Yan caressed Kinuta Sai's thigh and moved up. "Then what about here?" "Wu, I can't do it there." Her weak resistance didn't make Wu Yan's heart soften. Instead, he pressed his hand on Kinuta Sai's thigh and pushed in. "Wu, super perverted." Kinuta Sai opened her eyes. Her eyes were watery and tender like an onion. Wu Yan laughed evilly, glanced at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku who were lying on the ground not far away. Noticing that they were sneaking glances at him, he rolled his eyes and retracted his hands. Now that the intruder has left, Kinuta Sai let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but there was a faint feeling of reluctance in her heart. However, as her body turned cold, all reluctance disappeared. "What?" Before she could react, Kinuta Sai's few clothes, including her underwear, were stripped clean by Wu Yan's lightning-fast hands, turning her into a little white sheep. "I knew it," You super beast, you would never let me go. Finally, you couldn't hold it in anymore. Wu, poor me, I'm about to be violated by a super lolicon. Without the strength to cover up her embarrassment, Kaneda Sai started crying out in a pitiful tone. Her voice was so pitiful that it made Wu Yan's lips twitch. Even his mood of appreciating her beauty diminished. With one hand on Kaneda Sai's thigh, Wu Yan's finger pushed in slightly. What? Ugh. Kaneda Sai's face, which was filled with misery a moment ago, turned into ripples. With a strange blush, she moaned out loud. Once she started moaning, she didn't stop. Her childish moaning sounds echoed throughout the entire space. Lian didn't hold it in, like Kaneda Sai said. Towards these three girls whom he met today, Wu Yan didn't shamelessly eat them up. This time, it was more of a punishment. Of course, to other people, it's already shameless to train three girls whom he just met today. One of his hands kept roaming around Kaneda Sai's body, sometimes touching there, sometimes touching here, while the other hand was very focused on teasing a certain spot. Kaneda Sai, who has never experienced such treatment before, under Wu Yan's teasing technique that he learned from Chuju and Mikoto, her whole body started to twitch. The pleasure spread from her heart to the rest of her body, making her feel intoxicated and confused at the same time. An unknown electric current kept attacking a certain door in her heart. Every time it attacked, she would feel a wave of panic. As Wu Yan's movements became bigger, the electric current in her body became stronger and stronger, and the door became weaker and weaker. Until a certain moment, Kaneda Sai didn't know what she felt, but when she opened her eyes, they were filled with panic. Her skin started to turn pink, and a strong sense of release made her heart tremble violently. Wait, super wait. Kaneda Sai is very afraid of this feeling. It's as if she's floating in midair without any support, unable to fly, and about to fall, causing her lips to start to tremble. Wu Yan has seen this phenomenon countless times from Mikoto. How could he not know what's going on with Kaneda Sai? Ignoring her protests, Wu Yan's movements suddenly accelerated. Woo 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 wah. It's like a scream, yet it's also like a laugh. An incomparably contradictory sound came out from Kaneda Sai's mouth uncontrollably. Following the sound, an incomparable joy attacked her body. Her heart fell back to its original position. Kaneda Sai couldn't help but close her eyes. A weak muffled sound came from her mouth, as if she's recalling something. For a long time, she couldn't come back to her senses. Chapter 161. Wu Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of malice in making a 12-year-old girl look like this. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, this is something no one in the original work has the ability to do, right? Kaneda Sai was still gasping for air as if she had just run around Academy City. Kaneda Sai couldn't believe it. Normally, even if she didn't eat or drink for an entire day, she wouldn't gasp for air like this. So how could she be gasping for air like this in such a short time? However, the two of them can't be compared at all. He swam around Kaneda Sai's petite body one more time before putting her down. He laid her down beside Frenda and Takitsubo Riku. Then he looked at them and smiled. Still haven't seen enough? Frenda and Takitsubo Riku were shocked. Takitsubo Riku quickly lowered her head while Frenda smiled embarrassedly. She could tell that Wu Yan didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Of course, she quickly changed her mind. Wu Yan's eyes scanned Frenda and Takitsubo Riku's body before pulling Takitsubo Riku into his embrace like Kaneda Sai. Takitsubo Riku was stunned. She stared blankly at Wu Yan's face as if she didn't realize that she was in Wu Yan's embrace. Frenda was shocked when she saw what happened to Takitsubo Riku. He can't be planning to do the same to us. Lin also looked at Takitsubo Riku. He could see a trace of fatigue in her eyes. Wu Yan knew that was the side effect of consuming the body crystal on her body. Wu Yan sized up Takitsubo Riku's body. When he saw Takitsubo Riku's full breasts, he couldn't look anywhere else. Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a big pair!" That was the truth. Takitsubo Riku shouldn't be considered old, but her pair of ample bosoms were exceptionally astonishing. At this moment, The thin sportswear wasn't enough to restrain them as they were pushed up high. Pervert. Frenda immediately gave Wu Yen this impression. However, when Wu Yen touched Kaneda Sai earlier, she didn't give Wu Yen this impression. If Wu Yen were to find out, he would definitely suspect that there's a dark history between them. After hearing Wu Yan's words, Takitsubo Riku finally reacted. Seeing Wu Yen staring at her chest, her body shrunk. Wu Yen patted Takitsubo Riku's surprised little face and laughed. Well, you can't be biased, you can't just love that little girl. After saying that, Wu Yen once again stretched out his sinful hands. He tried his best to open his palms and take in the pair of plump breasts that he couldn't help but feel pity for. A moan escaped from Takitsubo Riku's mouth. Her voice was soft and delicate, causing Wu Yen to sigh. As expected of an exhausted girl, even when moaning, she didn't forget to make it cute. Even though he was thinking about something, his hands didn't slow down at all. Look, he's already kneading her breasts with his fingers. A blush appeared on her cheeks, adding a bit of liveliness to Takitsubo Riku's lethargic face, making her look a bit more alluring. Under Wu Yan's movements, Takitsubo Riku seems to have decided to carry out her role as an exhausted girl to the very end. Other than her body moving up and down along with Wu Yan's movements, she didn't do anything else. Even though her eyes were covered with water, Takitsubo Riku didn't close them. Instead, she stared at Wu Yan's face, as if she wanted to see through that layer of concealment and memorize his face. Wu Yan's actions have already left a faint shadow in the heart of this girl who didn't care about anything. Takitsubo Riku's pair of plump breasts did make Wu Yan feel pity for her. Even though he didn't have this size around him, Ikaros and Astria both had bigger breasts, but he never had the chance to enjoy them. As for the two girls he pushed down, well, even though flat breasts aren't bad, they're still a little protruding and more pleasing to the touch. Thinking about it, Wu Yan grinned. Looking at Takitsubo Riku's eyes, there was a hint of heat. With a move of his hands, he took off Takitsubo Riku's clothes as well. Don't do that. Takitsubo Riku finally moved her eyes away. Her body was exposed in front of Wu Yan's eyes and she felt uncomfortable. Since her body was weak, she could only whisper shyly. Wu Yan licked his lips and said with a smile. Well, it's quite cute. Takitsubo Riku was stunned and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. This made Wu Yan puzzled. It's quite cute, didn't anyone mention it before? Little did he know, it was close to the truth. Caressing Takitsubo Riku's soft body, Wu Yan praised in his heart. Very quickly, he turned his gaze to those big white bunnies and started to knead them without any resistance. Takitsubo Riku closed her eyes. Even she couldn't help but let out a cute moan. Moving her mouth slightly, Takitsubo Riku panted and could only let Wu Yan do whatever he wanted. Looking at Takitsubo Riku's appearance, Wu Yan let out a few naughty laughs. He freed one of his hands and reached towards Takitsubo Riku's lower body. On the other side, Ikaros watched from the beginning to the end. She looked at Kaneda Sai, who was just trained by Wu Yan, and then at Takitsubo Riku, who was panting in Wu Yan's arms. She pinched her own chest. Master seems to like it a lot. After sending Takitsubo Riku to the peak, Wu Yan gently placed this nice body beside Kaneda Sai. Under her unwilling glare, he turned his gaze to Frenda. In the end, don't tell me you're planning to do the same to me. Even though Frenda already knew that she might fall into the devil's claws, when the real thing is about to happen, she still couldn't help but panic. Wu Yan didn't say anything, he just gave her a big smile. Then, amidst her screams and screams, he stripped her naked body. The result of this is, of course, a soft moan soon appeared in this space. Looking satisfyingly at the three girls who were sent to the peak by him, Wu Yan welcomed their complicated gazes with a smile and said with an "I'm a good person" tone. Well, you're finally a little more obedient. The result of this sentence was the angry glare of Kaneda Sai and Frenda. Wu Yan ignored them and took out a camera from his space ring. Hey, what are you super trying to do? Seeing Wu Yan take out a camera, the three girls didn't want to bother about where Wu Yan took it out from. Their female intuition tells them that something bad is about to happen. What can I do with a camera? Of course it's to take pictures. Sure enough, the girl's premonition came true. Kaneda Sai screamed hysterically. You super pervert. It's fine if you're done with us, but you still want to take pictures. Well, I don't have a choice. Wu Yen helplessly shrugged and raised the camera in his hand. In order to prevent you girls from spreading unnecessary information, I can only do this. Admiringly sizing up the fair and clean bodies of the three girls of different sizes, he smiled at the three panicked little faces. That's why, just accept your fate. No, shouts, accompanied by the sound of the camera, resounded together with the sound of kacha kacha. Wu Yen waved the photo in his hand as he looked at the three girls who looked like they didn't want to live anymore. Ladies, do you know how to report to your client when you return? The three girls gritted their teeth. This time, even Takitsubo Riku had the same expression. It's obvious that Wu Yen has been beeped in their hearts. The three girls nodded unwillingly. Wu Yen also nodded in satisfaction. Then, he kept the photo in his hand and walked towards the fainted Mujino Shizuri. Seeing their captain turned into a white sheep in Wu Yan's hands, followed by a series of kacha kacha, the three girls actually felt a sense of balance. Even Mujino couldn't escape being photographed. There's nothing we can do, they comforted themselves like this. Chapter 162. Academy City, School District 7, inside a windowless building, here, the greatest person of Academy City, here, the craziest person of Academy City, here, the most rational person of Academy City, here, and here, the best at peeping. Floating in the liquid that never changes, Alistair's projection screen is constantly changing the scene. Whenever the scene is projected to the lab that was destroyed last night, it would turn into a static screen. Looking at the static screen, Alistair didn't say a word. Or rather, he's not a talkative person to begin with. If there's no one here, he might just stay silent for the rest of his life. After a while, the projection screen in front of Alistair changed and the scene changed. On the screen, there are two small girls and one big girl. They are Mujino Shizuri, Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. In the scene, Kinohita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda are hiding in a corner. Mujino Shizuri's face is filled with anger. She's constantly throwing out meltdowns from her palm, destroying everything around her. However, Mujino Shizuri didn't stop because of that. Since there was nothing left to hit, she started hitting the sky and her surroundings randomly, as if she was venting something. One could clearly see that her face was twisted in anger. Alistair quietly watched for a while. Then, the projection screen changed again and changed into a pile of reports. Clearly, there's a very eye-catching summary at the end of the report. Intruder escaped from the lab, evaded items pursuit. Whereabouts unknown, identity unknown, goal unknown. Staring at the report, Alistair's expression didn't change. He seems to be thinking about something. After a while, the screen changed again and changed into another report. The third military clone in Academy City has now been stolen with 1,053 numbers. Not long ago, in the relevant institutions responsible for the recovery of the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project, there have also been many cases of the clones that have participated in the experiment being stolen. Now, the numbers of the dead clones have all been stolen. As for the stolen numbers of the clones, there are... Alistair didn't seem to want to read the rest of the report. He directly switched off the projection screen and closed his eyes. It's as if he's in a deep sleep. There's no sign of activity. After who knows how long, Alistair opened his eyes again. Following his movement, the projection screen appeared again. This time, a very new report was imprinted into his eyes. In order to ensure the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project can proceed smoothly, related researchers have decided to find the original military clone and obtain new DNA samples from it to create new military clones to participate in the experiment. As a result, the original body was unusually resistant. Not only did it say that it would never provide its DNA again, it even declared that if its DNA was forcefully obtained, the original body would withdraw from any research organization that participates in Academy City, and would even withdraw from Academy City. Inside the test tube, the liquid containing Alistair's body began to boil like boiling water. Bubbles continued to rise, completely burying Alistair's figure within. The sound of the boiling liquid resounded throughout the room. Since there's almost no sound in here, the sound of the boiling liquid is especially ear-piercing. If someone familiar with this place was here, they'd be inexplicably shocked. This is because the liquid in this test tube has never reacted violently before, let alone boiling violently like this. After a long, long time, the liquid finally calmed down. The bubbles gradually decreased and Alistair's figure slowly reappeared in the test tube. Alistair's eyes that haven't changed for the past 10,000 years slowly closed. The room once again fell into silence. On the other side, Wu Yan's home. Tell me, what did Master do last night? Why did you come back with Master? But Master said I can't tell you, Ikaro-senpai, just tell me, I won't tell anyone. Here, tell me. But Master, Wawa. Ikaro-senpai is so sly, sneaking together with Master without telling me. You must have done something bad. What? And no, what? Ikaro-senpai. You're actually blushing. You're actually blushing. Wu Yan helplessly watched the interaction between Ikaros and Astria. He face-bombed, he couldn't bear to watch this anymore. The pure Ikaros met the equally pure but dumb Astria. He didn't expect the situation to turn into a situation of being taken advantage of. Wu Yan is speechless at this turn of events. Maybe Astria is just jealous that Ikaros can be with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep asking. She's not a bad girl, however, it's obvious Astria's question isn't going to get a response. Ikaros is an easygoing person, she's the only one who'll carry out Wu Yan's orders to the letter. Wu Yan was touched but at the same time, he felt helpless of course. Wu Yan was happy to see Ikaros blushing. Ikaros is good at everything but she's a little slow when it comes to relationships. Her current self is very similar to the Ikaros who knows how to be bashful at the end of the original work. Wu Yan feels that this is pretty good. It's best if they continue like this. Otherwise, he won't be able to let go of all kinds of things when interacting with Ikaros. As for what he can't let go of, it's a wolf's ambition. Everyone knows that, looking at Ikaros who is struggling under Astria's ferocious assault, Wu Yan really can't fathom how Ikaros can get along with the four girls in Item when she's like this. According to Ikaros, after coming to this world, when she regained her senses, she found herself standing in Item's activity area. The system gave her the same identity as Wu Yan, no parents, no friends, no boyfriend. However, compared to Wu Yan, Ikaros is also a LV4 aptitude user. Her ability is one of her equipment, Absolute Defense Circle. The system gave her a character arrangement. Ikaros is a lonely girl living in Academy City. Due to an accident, she ran into Academy City's LVL5, Meltdown Atom, Mujino Shizuri. She took a hit from Mujino Shizuri and came out unscathed. Mujino Shizuri took a fancy to her defensive ability and recruited her into Item. Due to the fact that Ikaros was a newbie, Mujino Shizuri did not put Ikaros on the item list. Only after a successful mission would Mujino Shizuri add Ikaros to the list and announce her addition to the team. And this mission is to test Ikaros's capabilities. However, Ikaros's heart was filled with her master. Even on the day of the mission, she was still searching for Wu Yan's whereabouts. In the end, she was late. That's why Wu Yan is glad. If Ikaros passed Mujino Shizuri's test and joined Item, she would definitely be noticed by the council. Being noticed by the council is the same as being noticed by Alistair. At that time, maybe Alistair would be in the mood to peek at Ikaros, only to be interrupted by the battery shield. That would be bad. Alistair is a perfectionist. He won't let a single chess piece escape his control. In the end, after a round of investigation, fortunately he had something on Item, so they wouldn't leak it out. Ikaros hadn't entered their line of sight yet, so nothing had changed. Wu Yan's plan can still be carried out. Chapter 163. Ikaros' arrival actually helped Wu Yan quite a bit. One had to know that with a glutton at home, the speed at which one could cook was no match for the speed at which the glutton ate. As a result, one had to hold the kitchen knife for as long as the glutton was hungry, while the glutton was hungry for almost 24 hours a day. Now that he has Ikaros as his helper, Wu Yan's burden has been reduced by quite a bit. Even if Ikaros isn't that proficient in cooking, he has to admit that her learning ability is quite strong. Wu Yan is glad that he has free time, but at the same time, he's starting to feel a chill in his heart. Just Astria alone is enough to torture him to this extent. What if one day he's in the mood to summon that Yuyuko from Gensokyo? This is the first time Wu Yan thought girls aren't cute anymore. Wu Yan's thoughts drifted far away, but he was pulled back to reality by the ringing of his phone. He suspiciously picked up the phone and saw the words, Mikoto, popping up on the screen. Speaking of which, this phone was bought by Mikoto for Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't have any other money in Academy City aside from the gold he brought from the Spalier world. Compared to the pitiful Wu Yan, Mikoto, being the third LVL 5 ranker in Academy City, received the biggest subsidy in Academy City. She couldn't even be bothered to count the numbers in her bank account. When she heard that Wu Yan didn't have a phone, she generously gave one to Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan, who wanted to buy one the next day, feel like he's living off a woman for the first time. Of course, there's another big reason why Wu Yan didn't really want this phone. Wu Yan looked at the pink Kita limited edition phone that kept ringing in his hand. He felt a lot of pressure. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yan picked up the phone. Hello, Mikoto. It took you so long to pick up the phone. How busy are you? Mikoto's slightly unhappy voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Wu Yan was speechless. Was he supposed to tell her that he was imagining things? Elder sister, that scumbag must be doing something shameful. Maybe he is harming some underage girl this time. Elder sister, why do you have to lower yourself and talk to that scumbag on the phone? You even want to invite him. The tender voice was filled with contempt, disdain, hatred, and jealousy. Even if he used his knees to think, Wu Yan would know who this person was. She really didn't forget to slander him all the time. Considering that there would be no end to this entanglement, Wu Yan decisively pretended not to hear. Well, what's the matter? Mikoto. On the other side of the phone, Mikoto let out an obvious humph. It wasn't clear if she was dissatisfied with Wu Yan or a certain black and white guy. She hesitated for a while before speaking in a soft voice. Are you free today? Hearing this, Wu Yan was surprised. He teased with interest. Of course I'm free. I just didn't expect Mikoto to finally take the initiative to ask me out on a date. No. Of course not. It's not a date. A certain black and white creature yelled again. Why would elder sister go on a date with a scumbag like you? Elder sister belongs to me, Kuriko. If you want to go on a date, you should go on a date with me, Kuriko. Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. He didn't know what to say. He also didn't know where Mikoto and Kuriko called him. After Kuriko revealed her preferences, the other side of the phone became noisy. Kuriko. What are you talking about? Wu Yan could already imagine that Mikoto was angry from being looked at with curiosity by the passers-by. Kuriko, I'm not talking nonsense. Elder sister will always belong to me, Kuriko. Elder sister, let's just ignore that scumbag, just me and elder sister. The strange laughter didn't only make Mikoto's hair stand on end, it also made Wu Yan's expression more and more awkward. I say, are you guys still talking to me on the phone? If this goes on, Mikoto will definitely call Kuriko back in anger. When that happens, the phone in Mikoto's hand won't survive. Thus, Wu Yan quickly cut her off. Mikoto, why did you call me? Alright. Mikoto finally remembered something important. If you're free, come to the restaurant we went to last time. Bring Astria with you. Oh, so it's not a date. Wu Yan said regretfully. He wanted to go on another thrilling date like last time, you bastard. Mikoto was probably reminded of their last date. She was a little embarrassed and angry. Bring Astria over here right now. Got it, I'll bring Ikaros over as well. You found Ikaros? Mikoto flinched, then she asked in surprise. Yep, just wait over there, she'll be there soon. Scumbag, You better fall into a stinking ditch and disappear from elder sister's sight forever. Kuriko's resentful voice sounded in front of Mikoto. Looks like her impression of Wu Yen couldn't get any worse. Kuriko! Mikoto hung up after yelling. Wu Yen looked at the phone in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. He glanced at Astria who was eating beside him and his bitter smile deepened. Academy City School District 7, a certain restaurant. Wu Yen walked into the restaurant with two angeloids with great figures. He habitually endured the passionate gazes of the passers-by. Wu Yen saw Mikoto and Kuriko the moment he entered. To Wu Yan's surprise, there wasn't only Kuriko on Mikoto's side, there was also Wuharu Kaori who he met once in 177th branch. There was also another familiar figure that he's never met before. She had shoulder-length black hair, a 5-petal white plum flower ornament on her head. She wore the same uniform as Wuharu Kaori. His first impression of her is that she's energetic and cheerful. Her figure is completely different from Wuharu's. She's the best of the four, a very cute and beautiful girl. Wu Yen recognized her at first glance. Zhuitian Ruko. She's in the same grade and class as Wuharu Kaori. She's Wuharu Kaori's best friend. Her ability is LV6, Ascending Current. She's Zhuitian Ruko's strongest ability. Wu Yen pulled out a series of introductions in his mind. He looked at Zhuitian Ruko with a respectful and admiring gaze. After all, she has an ability that Wu Yen can't be more envious and greedy. He can't even exchange it in the system. And over here, with two super beauties following behind him, Wu Yen couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Mikoto noticed the three of them and quickly waved her hand. Mikoto's voice rang out and Kuriko immediately shot Wu Yen a sharp and resentful glare. Wu Yan's hand froze when he was about to respond to her. Wuharu Kaori looked at him with surprise and Ruko looked at him with curiosity. "Oh, Sister Mikoto. I'm here." Astria's eyes lit up when she saw Mikoto. She raised one hand and put the other hand beside her mouth. She shouted happily at Mikoto. Her cute and cheerful personality was on full display. Wuharu Kaori and Ruko looked at Astria and Ikaros behind Wu Yen. Their eyes flashed with unconcealable surprise. Even Kuriko, who only saw Astria once, was captivated by her beauty. Mikoto was different. She was feeling awkward. If Mikoto and Astria were to stand side by side, at least 99.5 out of 100 people would think Astria is the older sister. The remaining half would be the rare species with unique eyesight. However, Mikoto and Hinajiku have been taking good care of her for a long time, so Astria decided to call them sisters. She would often call them sisters in public, causing Hinajiku and Mikoto to feel awkward. Mikoto started regretting her decision. Why did she ask Wu Yen to bring Astria along? Chapter 164. Wu Yen sat down with Ikaros and Astria. Mikoto, Kuriko, Wuharu, and Ruko all had different expressions on their faces. Wu Yen felt awkward. There are 7 people at the table, 6 beautiful girls, and he is the only male. Mikoto also felt awkward for a while before she decided to ignore it. Astria is like a little sister to her who needs to be taken care of. Her tea-colored pupils turned to Ikaros, and a flash of joy flashed through her eyes. "Ikaros, I've finally found you. Where have you been all this while?" Ikaros looked at Wu Yen and stuttered. I've been looking for Master, so." Asking Ikaros to lie is really too much for her. Can't help it, she can't just tell anyone about her being in the dark department. Wu Yen already talked to Ikaros about this, so she knows what to do. However, it seems like it's going to be hard for Ikaros to hide something from the public. Mikoto looked at Ikaros in shock. To be honest, she has never seen Ikaros act like this before. Ikaros probably knew that her acting wasn't that great, so she quickly turned to Wu Yen for help. Wu Yen put down his drink with a bitter smile and looked at Zhuitian Ruko. "Hey, new face, you are?" Zhuitian Ruko also looked at Wu Yen and greeted Wu Yen energetically. "Hello. I am Zhuitian Ruko, a first-year student of Zhuitian Middle School. My ability is..." There's no need to introduce my ability. Wu Yen, who is familiar with the plot, knows Zhuqian Ruko's ability is a pain in her heart. He interrupted Zhuqian Ruko's introduction of her ability. That kind of thing, it doesn't matter what you do. Wu Yen chuckled as he told Zhuqian Ruko the same thing. Zhuqian Ruko's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Wu Yan's smiling face. She was stunned and didn't react. Instead, Hazy snorted. What do you mean by, it doesn't matter? It's just because you're LV0 that you don't want to talk about it. Hearing Wu Yan's level 0, Zhuqian Ruko was stunned. Mikoto smiled bitterly. How could she not know why Wu Yan was level 0? Of course, she didn't know that Wu Yan's ability had been upgraded in response to Kuriko's sarcasm. Wu Yan didn't bother to explain. Kuriko was currently vexed over the fact that my dear Wani-sama invited a scumbag who might be a love rival. If Wu Yan were to get involved, he would definitely give this Yuri girl, who was likely to be corrupted by Mikoto, an excuse to get rid of him. When Blackie saw that Wu Yan had no reaction, he curled his lips in boredom and put down the spearhead against Wu Yan. After all, it was not her style to take advantage of another's sore spot. Hello everyone. I'm Astria. Astria's cheerful introduction attracted everyone's attention. I'm Ikaros. The other girls expressed their curiosity towards beauties like Ikaros and Astria. After some introductions, they got to know each other. While Kuriko, Ruko, and Wihar were curious about Ikaros and Astria, Wu Yan sneaked a glance at Mikoto. Mikoto, you didn't call me out just to introduce some beauties to me, right? Mikoto immediately stepped on Wu Yan's foot under the table. Wu Yan almost cried out in pain. You bastard, all you think about is that kind of thing. I really don't know what your brain is made of. Fine, what's the matter? Wu Yan rubbed his sore foot and looked at Mikoto seriously. You look like you have something on your mind, and you still want to pretend to be normal? Mikoto slightly lowered her head and bitterly smiled. Why can't I hide it from you? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and smiled proudly. Of course, what can you hide from me? Don't you know who your husband is? Who is? Mikoto blushed and rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. You better be serious. If you don't tell me what's going on, I'm not going to be serious. You. Mikoto glared at Wu Yan. This is too shameless. This person, after some hesitation, Mikoto whispered. That group of scientists came looking for me a few days ago. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed in his eyes. Then, they probably came looking for you because of that absolute ability user evolution plan, right? Mikoto turned around and looked at the others. Seeing that they weren't paying attention to her and Wu Yan's conversation, she nodded and said with a bit of melancholy. Yeah, they wanted me to provide my DNA. You didn't do it, right? Even though he knew that Mikoto wouldn't give out her DNA, Wu Yan was still worried. Of course not. Mikoto's voice was unusually loud when she said this. That's right, after the incident with her sisters, how can she just casually give out her DNA? That's good. Wu Yan touched the biocontainment device on his wrist. Mikoto also looked at it. She knows that her sisters are inside. Seeing Mikoto's expression, Wu Yan smiled and comforted her. It'll be over soon, don't worry. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan and for some reason, her heart relaxed a bit. She nodded and said seriously. If necessary, I'll make a move. There's no more worry in her eyes, only determination. Wu Yan also knows that with Mikoto's personality, there's no way she'll just sit there and wait for him to save all her sisters. If that's the case, the guilt she'll feel towards her sisters will completely crush her. Maybe in her heart, even if it's just a little bit of help, she'll do it with her life. She's just that stupid. Wu Yan smiled and pondered for a bit. He then said to Mikoto, the most important thing now is the sisters' safety. There's still a lot of sisters, they can't take care of all of them. But later, when the number of sisters starts to decrease, they'll be able to focus on waiting for them. And that's when you have to make a move, Mikoto. So, let's wait a bit. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto can only nod unwillingly. At the same time, she swore to herself that she'll play a role in the future. Compared to the original where she only knows how to blindly work and shoulder all the burdens by herself, the current Mikoto is undoubtedly very happy. At least, Mikoto won't hold on to the hope of saving her sisters like she did in the original. This time, with Wu Yan, saving her sisters is no longer just a matter of hope. When the two of them were done talking about their own matters and turned around, they were stunned. The 5 girls who were chatting back and forth a moment ago were all sitting there quietly, their gazes were all on Wu Yan and Mikoto. Wu Yan and Mikoto could even see Kuriko's lowered head, her expression was dark and gloomy. Wu Yan laughed embarrassedly. Why are you all looking at us? Ruko looked at one, then looked at the other and suddenly realized something. So, Wu Yan, senpai and Misaka senpai are a couple. Mikoto's face instantly turned red, she shrank back, her 2 hands shook with all her might, she stuttered, No. Who's a couple with him? Wu Yan looked at her helplessly. Even if he doesn't mind her tsundere behavior, isn't it more suspicious? Sure enough, Kuriko, who is familiar with Mikoto's personality, immediately went berserk when she saw Mikoto's expression. I'm going to stuff you into the ground, you scum! Kuriko roared, her whole body emitting a strange aura. She hysterically pounced on Wu Yan. Wu Yan and Mikoto were shocked. Just as Mikoto was about to give Kuriko an electric shock, a voice suddenly came from the table in front. I say, you guys. So noisy. Chapter 165. When everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, 2 of them were stunned. One of them is Ikaros. Her petite face froze for a bit before returning to normal. The other one is Wu Yan. He isn't as calm as Ikaros. His whole face froze for a while before turning into a stunned expression. A tall girl with long brown hair, a petite girl with short brown hair, a powerless girl with short black hair, and a short girl with long blonde hair. Item, 4-man team. Mujino Shizuri. Kinuhita Sai. Takitsubu Riku. Frenda. What a coincidence, I can't believe we ran into each other like this. Wu Yan instantly covered his face with his hands, looking at the sky with a speechless expression. Although he doesn't know why he would run into these 4 girls from Item, it's obvious that they aren't here specifically for him. If she was here specifically for him, with Mujino Shizuri's personality, she would have launched an atomic meltdown at him. She wouldn't be standing there and yelling something like, "It's so noisy." And from the looks of it, Mujino Shizuri still didn't recognize his identity. But that doesn't mean no one else did. On the side, Takitsubu Riku's eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. From the looks of it, she probably recognized Wu Yan's AIM field and recognized his identity. Unbeknownst to him, Takitsubu Riku was actually shocked as well. Because, with her ability, there were actually 2 AIM intruders from that night. That's right too. One was the black-haired black-eyed boy, the other was the tea-haired girl. How is this possible? Takitsubu Riku's seemingly tired face was now covered with a layer of astonishment. One must know that the superpowers of Academy City had never been exactly the same, because the individual who created the superpowers would never be the same. Just like how there wouldn't be 2 identical people in this world, individuals' reality wouldn't be the same because everyone has their own perception, their own way of thinking. The difference in individuals' reality would lead to the difference in superpowers. Because of this, Takitsubu Riku's ability could be used to track and identify targets. However, today, the 2 identical AMIs that appeared in front of her completely messed her up. Of course, she didn't know that Wu Yan's superpower was indirectly obtained from Mikoto. It had nothing to do with personal reality. AIM is a hidden manifestation of an ability. Every ability has its own aim, and since Wu Yan and Mikoto's abilities are the same, they naturally have the same aim. As for why Wu Yan and Mikoto had the same goal, and why Takitsubu Riku would directly set her sights on Wu Yan, there was no need to explain. Putting aside the fact that Mikoto's figure is completely different from the one from that night, at least Takitsubu Riku doesn't think that the tea-haired girl would be a Yuri girl who would tease them to death. Knowing that he can't hide anymore, Wu Yan decided to be magnanimous. Looking at Takitsubu Riku who was staring at him, he smiled at her. Takitsubu Riku was startled and quickly lowered her head. She didn't forget that the other party still has a full-body photo of her, and it's a naked one. On the other side, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda didn't recognize Wu Yen, but they definitely recognized Ikaros. Ikaros was once a newbie in item. How could they not recognize her? It's you! When Mujino Shizuri saw Ikaros, she froze for a moment before a murderous aura crept up her face. She sneered and said, "I didn't think a traitor like you would dare to appear in front of me." Mikoto and the others who were planning to apologize were all stunned. They didn't understand how things turned out like this. Only Astria stood up and shouted at Mujino Shizuri. "Hey, don't talk about Ikaros senpai like that." Seeing how Astria dared to stand up and talk to her like that, Mujino Shizuri's face darkened. Her anger after seeing Ikaros came pouring out, and she fired an atomic meltdown at Astria. Everyone was shocked. "Careful!" Astria was shocked when she saw a beam of light coming at her. Astria narrowed her eyes, and just as she was about to block the weak beam of light, an electric bolt flashed by and hit the atomic meltdown. Atomic meltdowns collided with taser gun. A bright light burst out. After a while, the atomic meltdown and taser gun canceled each other out. To be precise, they twisted together and both disappeared. Electricity? Mujino Shizuri's reaction to the electric shock was not small. Her entire face turned incomparably gloomy. This was natural, because the rat that humiliated her was using electric ability. However, this electric bolt wasn't released by Wu Yi. Mikoto put down her hand that was surrounded by electricity and looked at Mujino Shizuri, who was also looking at her. "You attacked with the intention of killing Astria, didn't you?" Even though Mikoto's expression was normal, those who knew her well knew that this was the only time she was truly angry. Mujino Shizuri frowned when she saw that it was a girl. Even though she didn't see the intruder's face that night, from the figure, voice, and the way the intruder fought, it was obvious that it was a male. In other words, this girl wasn't the intruder from that night. Mujino Shizuri's heart flashed with unwillingness, but at the same time she let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. "Answer me." Seeing Mujino Shizuri keeping quiet, the electricity on Mikoto's body started flowing out like water from a broken dam. Soon, Mikoto's entire body was covered in electricity. LV5. Behind Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai and Frenda exclaimed. It was fine when Mikoto didn't use her ability, but once she used it, it was definitely not something a LV4 could do. What they didn't know was that Mikoto had a habit of holding back before a battle. To outsiders and even Kuriko, Mikoto used her full strength, but to Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria, Mikoto didn't use her full strength. This was only natural. After all, Mikoto was no longer the newly summoned Tier 7. Now, she's already a Tier 8. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up. Third, railgun. Mikoto didn't say anything, but her brown eyes stared at Mujino Shizuri. She looked like she was going to start a fight at any moment. Seeing this, everyone finally reacted. Kuriko's face turned serious as she stood beside Mikoto. "You, using your ability to harm others in public, has violated the rules. As a member of the disciplinary committee, I have the right to arrest you." Disciplinary committee? Mujino Shizuri curled her lips in disdain. "Just a small organization like you who only knows how to run around dares to say you want to arrest me? Interesting." Blackie's face darkened. What she hated the most was people looking down on her status as a conduct and discipline committee member. At this moment, she had already reached into her pocket to take out her conduct and discipline committee member armband to arrest Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri didn't even look at her. Instead, she turned to Mikoto and laughed excitedly. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Third place. Just nice. I'm very unhappy that you've been sitting on my head. Today, let me see why you're ranked one place higher than me." "What?" Kuriko, Ruko, and Wiharu exclaimed in unison. "Your fourth place, Meltdown." Mikoto was surprised by this as well. "Your Meltdown? That's me." Mujino Shizuri laughed. She looked at Mikoto for a while before turning to Ikaros. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Let me deal with this traitor first, then I'll deal with you. After that, another beam of pure white light shot towards Ikaros. Chapter 166. The beam of Meltdowner illuminated everyone's stunned faces. Before anyone could react, it blasted into Ikaros' body. Ikaros! Mikoto and the rest screamed while Mujino Shizuri laughed coldly, but she quickly froze. The meltdown atoms suddenly dispersed and didn't cause any damage to Ikaros. That's because in front of Ikaros, there's a translucent blue crystal barrier erected. Mujino Shizuri narrowed her eyes. I almost forgot, you traitor's ability can block my meltdowner. Mikoto and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. Mikoto was secretly angry at herself for overreacting. As one of Wu Yan's summons, she knew Ikaros' strength better than anyone else. Ikaros is much stronger than her. It's just that she forgot that Ikaros is a much stronger existence than she is due to her concern earlier. But that didn't stop Mikoto's anger from rising. You bastard! Mikoto clenched her fists tightly, the electricity crackling all over her body could be heard. How dare you try to harm my friend in front of me? Astria's crimson-red eyes stared at Mujino Shizuri. A stream of data flashed through her eyes. Mujino Shizuri, who was looking at Ikaros and Mikoto, felt a chill run down her spine. Astria is a lot stronger than Mikoto. Kuriko took out the disciplinary committee's armband from her pocket and said coldly to Mujino Shizuri, "How dare you harm someone in front of the disciplinary committee? Even if you're LV5, I'll arrest you. You'll have to go through us first." Kinuda Sai and Frenda, who were behind Mujino Shizuri, stepped forward and faced off against Kuriko and the rest. Both sides looked at each other and the atmosphere became tense. Wait a minute, why did it suddenly become like this? Ruko pulled Ueharu's hand, not knowing what to do. There's a bunch of strong aptitude users there, there's even 2 LV5s. This isn't something she can interfere with. Early Spring's expression was also uncertain. She couldn't make up her mind whether or not she should call the branch office for support. Takitsubo Riku was the only one who stood behind Mujino Shizuri and the rest like an unrelated person. Firstly, her ability was not suitable for battle. Secondly, the person who was like a demon to them was right there. At this moment, Wu Yen had already returned. That's right, he had returned. No matter how you looked at it, this meeting was very unexpected. But no matter how unexpected it wasn't suitable for others to know about it. Otherwise, Academy City would definitely be filled with news about them tomorrow. Thus, the moment Mujino Shizuri and the others appeared, he quietly got up and used the name of the Conduct and Discipline Committee to disperse the people in the dining hall. The extras didn't have much suspicion either. They didn't care if Wu Yen was a member of the disciplinary committee or not. They only knew that if there was a fight between level 5s, they would definitely be implicated. They all ran away faster than rabbits. While Wu Yen ridiculed them, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If this happened in his world, these people wouldn't even think of leaving. They would all run over to watch and cheer them on. When Wu Yen returned, the tense atmosphere dissipated a little. Mikoto retracted the electric current on her body. Mujino Shizuri, on the other hand, stared at Wu Yen without moving an inch. This is only natural. Now that the rest of the people here are all women, a man like Wu Yen standing out like this is naturally very conspicuous. Mujino Shizuri could see that the man in front of her was in cahoots with the third person. A man who appeared beside the traitor in her organization. Mujino Shizuri couldn't help but be suspicious of him. If one were to ask whom Mujino Shizuri hated the most right now, it would probably be Mikoto, the little brat who had always been ranked ahead of her. If one were to ask who she hated the most right now, it would undoubtedly be that damned rat from that night. Plus, for some reason, when Mujino Shizuri saw Wu Yan's appearance, her heart inexplicably became irritable. This caused Mujino Shizuri to look at Wu Yen with all kinds of annoyance. Of course, Wu Yen could see the hostility in Mujino Shizuri's eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yen could only roll his eyes. Forget it, who told me to have a body that attracts hatred easily, master? With Wu Yen by their side, Ikaros and Astria naturally returned to his side. When Ikaros and Astria called him master, Wu Yen knew something was wrong. As expected, Kinuhidasai and Frenda's eyes widened as they looked at Wu Yen. They raised their little fingers and pointed at Wu Yen. Their mouths opened and closed, but they couldn't squeeze out a word. This wasn't the first time they heard the term master. That night, Ikaros called the intruder who took advantage of them this way. "It's you!" Mujino Shizuri screamed. When Ikaros appeared, she was already unconscious, but she still heard Kinuhidasai and the others report the situation. Wu Yen sighed. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. However, Wu Yen quickly smiled as if nothing happened. Even though he tried his best to avoid letting others know that he was the thief who stole his sisters, he wasn't afraid even if he was exposed. "Yo, long time no see." Wu Yen greeted Mujino Shizuri in front of Mikoto and Kuriko's stunned expression. He acted as if nothing is going on and appeared very calm. "You guys know each other?" Mikoto frowned. Even though she knew that Wu Yen was stealing his sisters, she didn't know that Wu Yen had already crossed swords with Mujino Shizuri. "Even if it's someone you know, I won't show mercy." Kuriko also frowned. Before Wu Yen can say anything, Mujino Shizuri started giggling. Her giggling sound is especially sharp. "I know him. How can I not know him? I've been thinking about him these past few days." This ambiguous sentence came out of Mujino Shizuri's mouth. However, no one would think of the relationship between Wu Yen and Mujino Shizuri in that direction. Because when Mujino Shizuri said that sentence, it wasn't filled with affection or nostalgia. It was filled with hatred and killing intent. "You guys?" Seeing this situation, everyone couldn't wrap their heads around it. Even Astria looked at the two of them in confusion. The laughter stopped abruptly. A pure white ball of light suddenly appeared around Mujino Shizuri and surrounded her tall and slender body. Sizzling sounds came from within. At this moment, no one doubted the destructive power of this ball of light. It was enough to destroy the entire cafeteria. "I will never let you go berserk and hurt anyone again." Kuriko saw that Mujino Shizuri was planning to use her ability to attack someone in front of the disciplinary committee member. She immediately reached under her skirt and pinched a few steel needles between her fingers. Mujino Shizuri still didn't look at Kuriko. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. They were locked onto Wu Yen. In the next second, she would launch her meltdown at him. Wu Yen glanced at Mujino Shizuri and shrugged. A few photos suddenly appeared in his hand. When they saw the photos, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhidasai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku's expression changed drastically. Wu Yen casually flipped through the photos in his hand and muttered as if there was no one around. I didn't expect someone to want to kill me. What should I do? If I die, it will be a pity that no one will be able to enjoy these beautiful photos." After saying that, Wu Yen smiled and looked at Mujino Shizuri. "Miss, don't you think it's a pity? Why don't you give me some time to upload these photos onto the internet before you kill me?" "You." Mujino Shizuri's beautiful face contorted. Looking at Wu Yen's smile, her heart was filled with hatred. On the other hand, Kinuhidasai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were shocked and nervous. How could they not know what's inside the picture when Wu Yen took it out at this time? If this gets out, they won't be able to face anyone anymore. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.